أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I've just jumped on my own for the moment, waiting for the other brothers to join, and just thought, let us start a show on time, inshallah. So I think I was 1 minute late, but yeah. So wa alaikum salam to everyone in the chat already. Oh, mashallah, look at that. We've got Sharif on time.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. We've got a bunch of comments. Let us acknowledge them. Wa alaikum salam, Joy. Unfortunately, it's recorded, so you can watch it another time, inshallah. Wa alaikum salam, Irfan. Hope you're well. Ooh, we've got a comment here. Abdulrahman and Sharif should start their own separate channels as well. It would be cool and beneficial. I think we're going to try and convince them to make a lot of content and work them like slave horses for TAP.
Yeah, it's hard enough just doing stuff for TAP, isn't it? Can you imagine having to have your own channel as well?
So we got Brother Jordan M in the house. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. What does that say? What's this say? Hey, ala alf.
Come to success. Hey, al fala.
Oh, hey, oh yeah, it's on the intro. Wa alaikum salam, Joy again. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah akum. Inshallah, we've got a few people. Yeah, so today's show, inshallah, is going to be focused primarily on just whatever you guys want to discuss. So it's an open Q&A. I'm going to get the other brothers on as well, but I need to log in to the tab on the YouTube so I can pin the link in the chat. So feel free to ask your questions in the chat for the time being. And while we're waiting for that, I'll ask Sharif, how you doing, bro? What a go on with you? What's new? Have I frozen?
Alhamdulillah, good, man. Although, I don't know, from my end, it looks like you've frozen.
From my end, it looks like it as well.
I don't know if you have.
I think I have. It always freezes on a very unflattering...
No, it's not too bad, to be honest.
Yeah. So what's new, bro? What you been up to? What are your plans? What are go on?
Let's see. So on Friday, I was doing. What was I doing on Friday? I was on Hamza's Den, so I had interesting discussion. To be honest, I think I've been on Hamza's Den now 4 straight times in a row. I said to Hamza, I said, we need to
diversify.
Give me shares, man. No, diversify. I need to give me shares into the Hamza's Den.
Oh, become a full-time employee.
Full-time employee, or change the name.
I think TAP collectively produces more content for Hamza's Den than we do for TAP, for my channel, and for Jake's combined.
Probably in terms of hours, yeah. I think, alhamdulillah. But we do get invited onto a lot of different channels, isn't it? Recently, I think you were invited on EF Dower, although you couldn't make it, I don't think.
Yeah, so we're gonna do a commitment with them, where basically we're gonna do like a collaboration, because I need to do Lighthouse Lives for Sapiens, and they're already pretty much doing that. They do it with the Doubtbusters, which is under the same sort of rubric. So we're going to do a collaboration with them where it's like, you have to have a Doubtbusters in collaboration with Lighthouse, and try and make that a regular thing, maybe once every fortnight or something, inshallah, which will be pretty good. But yeah, other than that, what go on? Have you got? Did you say you've got something in the pipeline for content? Did you say you were doing a course, or was that Abdulrahman?
Yeah, so I think there's a few, isn't it? So I think we're going to plan to do more content, inshallah. Maybe not live stream content, but general content for the channel. Just need to sort of get it together, actually, really. But it's not nothing like major in terms of. But maybe we'll go through some sections of certain books, read them out, maybe a few paragraphs, just to get people to be aware of some of the wider content that exists out there, especially within the Islamic, the Islamic tradition amongst the Islamic scholarship. So yeah, so we got stuff regards to that coming out, and I think Abdulrahman is going to maybe do maybe a course on epistemology or Ibn Taymiyyah's epistemology specifically. So he's going to be.
Your audio feels a bit weird.
Does it feel better now?
No, there's like a flickering. I don't know if it's just my speakers or if it's your.
No, it might be mine. You know what it is? I'm using the laptop audio.
If you not got headphones or something, you can pop on.
I'll have to have a look.
Because it might just be the microphone of your laptop. What happened to your mic, bro? Did we not get your mic? Plug your mic.
No, I have got a mic, alhamdulillah. But the problem is that the laptop that we got for me. So the connections are all USB-C.
USB-C. I've got some USB-C to USB.
So it's a USB-C, and I think it would have to be just like an ordinary one.
Yeah, well, you said that you want to come round to my office anyway.
Yeah.
So I have something like this. We can order you one. And you can just, you can have this one, and then I'll just order another one.
Yeah, inshallah.
USB-C to USB.
Okay.
When you come round, I can't remember why you said you were coming round, but when you do.
Yeah, I was going to come round to do some videoing for the Thought Your podcast. So that'll be good, man.
Yeah, so let's quickly address the chat a little bit. We've got a couple of people waiting in the back. Here are the rules. So if you're coming on, you need to show your face on camera, but briefly, so I can see who you are. And then you can turn it back off if you want to. People who keep their camera on will be preferred. So I'm going to kick Sharif out because he's turned his camera off like an absolute loser face. But yeah, so if you've got your camera on, you will be prioritized over those who do not. But you don't need to keep it on. You just need to pop it on before you enter so that I can check you're not a troll. And also just put briefly in the back chat, in the private chat, what do you wish to discuss as well. So while you do that, I'm just going to check the comments and we'll address them. See what will go on here. So, wa alaikum salam, everyone who has said salam. I hope you're all well. Let's have a look. A lot of salams. I'm just trying to get through them. Sorry. Wa alaikum salam, everyone. Someone's asked, is Allah merciful? And the answer is yes. He is. What's that one thing proof that helps you reach to the level of yaqeen? So I don't think it's just one thing, to be honest. I think it's a number of things that collectively add up together. For me, like the main thing that sort of led me towards wanting to take Shahada, for example, or like at least becoming certain about Islam, was reading the Quran, reading about the life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, reading about the Sahabi radiallahu anhum. All of these things collectively, along with certain arguments and things like that, that I'd heard, talking to theists, and also sort of thinking about the arguments that we were hearing from the atheist side of things. So there's many things. I don't know what's going on with Sharif. He didn't say where he was going. There he is. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, he's gone again. You're doing that on purpose, lad? What's going on? I can't hear you if you're talking.
No, I was just a bit busy. I was looking for my headphones. But
okay. No, it's fine. It's not too... It's a little bit annoying, but it's not too bad. All right, so let's have a look. So we've got Brother Sad Shaib. Okay. All right, we're going to add Sad Shaib. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
What? Assalamu alaikum, Sad.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
How are you doing, brother?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah. I feel like my internet is a bit laggy here.
It's okay.
Uh,
If it makes
how
it
are you
easier
guys?
for you,
How
if
is
you're in, if
everything?
it so I can make an exception about the camera if it's affecting your internet speed. You're welcome to turn the camera off. But it's
It
not too
normally
bad at
doesn't.
all.
I don't know why it's doing. Sure. Again, Jazakallah. I'm a bit, really happy, speaking to you guys, but I just feel like, Brother Yusuf, Jazakallah, your story, you're an inspiration for myself. I'm a born Muslim, but I took a lot of inspiration from yourself. And Brother Sharif, I wouldn't lie to you, but many times in the gym or waiting in traffic, I'm listening to your arguments and discussions on tap, just trying to get an ounce out of it. So may Allah bless you guys. uh, I posted a question in the comment sections, but this is something that has been, I'm trying to like understand from your side, like how would you guide a layman like me, to understand the attributes of God. Because I didn't want to get into these discussions, but some I have some friends who just they just forced it on me, and it's a little bit of a doubt for me nowadays. So I just wanted to ask you guys, like, what would be the approach for someone like me? I'm talking about the attributes where we have
Yeah,
severe in the three schools. So
yeah. I know which one's you're on about. So for me, like, yeah, I know what you're going through because obviously, and I think everyone sort of has to go through this to some degree. Some people maybe less than others. Um, but for me, it was just a case of like I didn't really know anything about all of these differences with regards to like the attributes, for example. And I started my channel and I was talking to people, and then you have certain people on one side saying this is the haq, make sure you follow us, and then certain people on the other side saying the same thing, and it gets a bit. You can get very anxious when you're trying to sort of deal with these because it's like you've got people on both sides saying the same thing, and you've not really, on the face of it, when people are just saying these or making little offhanded comments on YouTube and things like that, any genuine reason to move towards one or the other in the first instance, and it sort of gets confusing. Well, which way do I go? And the fear is mainly that if I don't claim to one straight away, that they'll disown me or that people make fear of me or blah 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 blah. Obviously, it's not always, and I think the majority of people are not even necessarily like that. But it's always present, especially on the internet. So it can be a very anxiety-ridden thing. For me, it was just a case of I want to look into these claims, and I want to see which one makes the most sense. So I began studying with an Ash'ari sheikh, and may Allah bless him, I have a lot of love for him. He gave me the position, but the way he taught it me was, I'm not teaching you to become an Ash'ari. He said, I'm going to teach you and the position that I hold, and then if you accept it, you can accept it. If you don't, you don't. And so I studied Aqidah with him for a while, and then I started looking into the Athari Creed, and I also studied it with someone who's very familiar with it, and we went through that, and I became more and more convinced of the Athari Creed in the end. But it was like a process of engaging with what was being said on either side, looking at the evidences from the Quran and the Sunnah, etc. And yeah, I lean towards one, but the key is to have patience and to just commit yourself to the learning process, and be obviously sincere in that whole endeavor. That's the only thing I could really say to you. So if I was to recommend one to you, I would recommend the Athari Creed because that's the one I believe. But yeah, I would say I wouldn't just tell you to jump into it just because I've said, because I didn't appreciate that when people were saying it to me. I would say look into it and figure out why. I would say that, if that makes sense.
yeah, I understand, but the thing is, Brother Yusuf, the issue is with the nuanced language in these creedal arguments and books
Yeah,
and everything. It's and the criteria that is put forward sometimes, so it
yeah.
just gets confusing for me.
So if it gets like a lot of it can be confusing, and I don't know, to be honest, I'm not even 100% sure to what degree everyone needs to get into all of these sort of nitpicking back and forths. Do the layman need to get into that? Absolutely. Allahu alam. And I wouldn't. And if they do, to what degree? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know, Brother Sharif. What would you sort of say or add to that?
Yeah, so a lot of what you said is I'd echo. I think when we're looking at these discussions about the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first thing that we need to understand is they are branch discussions. So long as you're not denying the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the capacity to show mercy, to show punishment, to create, etc., or has the will to choose these things. So how you then formulate that discussion is something different. And the other thing is obviously then there's discussions about those things which have been accused of. Some scholars or some schools will accuse the other schools of being anthropomorphic. Like, what does the yad of Allah mean? What does the face of Allah, etc.? What do these mean? So those types of discussions are scholarly discussions in origin. They're not really, discussions that exist amongst the laity. And I'll explain why. Every single school, so whether that is the Ashari, Maturidi, and the Athari, or the Hanbali school, they all accept that you take the text, as your basis by which you understand these whole discussions. The differences between the two or the three is on what level do you have to divert from the apparent meaning to the maybe a different meaning, a metaphorical meaning. So all three schools, so like I said, all three schools in origin will say we take the apparent meaning of the text. Certain schools will then say we have to divert from the apparent meaning, based upon some sort of indicator, qara'in. And then the other thing is that all three schools also agree upon the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's names and attributes are not like creation. So anything that resembles in a way that makes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like a creature, a created thing, they would all disagree with. Now, where the debate occurs is based upon whether the language that's used within the Quran indicates one meaning, and that meaning that is indicated contradicts the principle that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not like created things. That's where the debate is. Now, the Asharis will say that certain words and certain terms that are used within the Quran to describe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they only indicate something which would imply something that's creaturely. And so therefore they divert it away from the apparent meaning to a metaphorical meaning. And the language allows this as well. The Arabic language allows this. So the word yad has the connotation also to mean power as well. Whereas maybe the Athari or the Ibn Taymiyyah position is to say that, look, you can't really say precisely what the language or the meaning actually indicates, because when we talk about like an attribute, we understand the attribute in context to what is describing. So for example, if I say hands of a man and then I talk about hands of a clock, you have different, you'll visualize it, or hands of time, you'll have different ways of visualizing what we mean by this particular term. So the Atharis are saying that there's no reason to divert away from what's apparent within the text. And what they're also saying is that what's apparent in the text does not indicate like a bodily limb or like a creaturely feature. So they're saying that's not what the apparent meaning of the text indicates anyway. So that's why they say we can affirm it, because it doesn't commit you to making resemblance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to creation. So that's the debate. And Imam Ghazali, if you want to read this in a bit more detail, there's obviously different books out there. But Imam Ghazali, he wrote a book called Al-Faisal Tafrika, which is translated into English by Sherman Jackson, where he discusses this whole debate about when do you divert and when do you don't divert, and the differences between the Ashari and the Athari schools or the Hanbali schools on this particular topic area. So he talks about this issue, and he explains it. And so in Origin, you don't need to get into these nitty-gritty debates, because these nitty-gritty debates were in response to claims that to affirm certain things within the text would potentially cause a contradiction with other aspects of the text, like when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says there is nothing, laysa kamithlihi shay, there's nothing comparable unto him. Yeah. So unto Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if it says that, then how do you understand the yad? Because yad, they would say, indicates some sort of creaturely feature. So therefore they would say that the only way to reconcile the two is by making one a metaphor, in order to then understand it. Whereas the others would say, no, you can still affirm it, because affirming the apparent meaning does not indicate or does not commit you to making the attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like a creaturely attribute. Yeah. So there's lots of nuanced discussions, and brothers who read around, like Abdulrahman and Jake, inshallah, Jake, hopefully, inshallah, and Abdulrahman will be coming soon-ish, hopefully, inshallah. But, they've done a lot of reading in this topic area, as I'm sure Yusuf and others have as well. But, there's a lot of complexities in this discussion. And that's why in Origin, this discussion is more for a scholarly type of debate. But what's interesting, Imam Ghazali was Ash'ari, generally. But one of his last books that he wrote, is an advice to the awam, to the general people. And in his advice, he basically said, it is better for Muslims, the ordinary Muslims, just to take the apparent meaning of the text, because it's worse to negate the attribute, in his view, than just to take the apparent meaning, in that situation. And it's only for the scholars to debate whether the apparent meaning has to be diverted because it commits you. And one of the reasons why is because most Muslims, when they look at this type of discussion about these types of attributes, they don't think of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a creaturely way, because we understand that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not like that. It then becomes an issue of whether the language and the Arabic language and the grammar and the balagha and the vocabulary, does it commit you to a particular theory of Arabic language, which commits you to particular understanding of the attribute. So a bit long-winded, but so Imam Ghazali, basically the conclusion of his point is to say that it's better for Muslims just to take it as it comes, rather than getting into these types of debates.
Yeah, so like for the average person, like, because I guess one of the objections as well is like, if it's not like anything we've experienced, then how does that have any meaning? And like a good response to that was the one Abdulrahman gave in his one of his Facebook posts, where he gave the example of the pleasures of Jannah. So Allah Azza wa Jalla is talking to us about the pleasures of Jannah. He's talking to us about the things that we're going to experience there. But then he also clarifies and says that this is nothing that any eye has ever seen, any heart has comprehended, so on and so forth. And so despite the fact that this reality, that is the reality of Jannah, is completely incomprehensible, it doesn't mean that the language being used in the Quran is completely meaningless. Like, we can still engage in that conversation. We can still talk about it, read this, and take meaning from it, despite the fact that we've not experienced it, or that we have no idea what the experience of that thing would be like. So that the point would then transfer to the other things.
Is that okay, sir? Does that help?
Alhamdulillah. I mean, the thing is the apparent meaning approach. I mean, I felt like since I've lived, I mean, until I've understood these arguments, I've always done that way. Like, Alhamdulillah, I'm a hafiz of the Quran. So whenever we speak, whenever we recite it, I think we'd never thought of that, like, exactly. It's so sad, that the hadith about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he comes to the lower heavens for tahajjud. Like, when I used to listen to this before, it used to be a reminder for me, but now it's ikhtilaf and attributes and all that. So it's really sad that.
Yeah, it is sad, because the reality is that that's not how, when we sort of come across these hadith or these ayat of Quran, that's not what the automatic way of thinking about these things. Exactly, but like I said, is that the origin of these types of debates are responses in a scholarly fashion about whether certain wordings commit you to certain commitments. Yeah. Now, like I said, whether the Ashari or Athari, they all agree upon the fact that you cannot make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like a creature. Yeah. So they agree upon that. They agree upon the fact that you have to take the text, and they agree upon that if it's warranted, that the text comes in a way which allows metaphor, and if you apply the apparent, it results in some sort of contradiction, that you would go to the metaphor. So all groups, sects within Islam agree upon this. The question then becomes the application on certain key questions. And so Ibn Taymiyyah and the modern the Athari school after Ibn Taymiyyah, they hold a particular view to say actually the language does not commit you, whereas the Asharis and others say no, it does commit you. So that's why it's an academic debate. Yeah. So even if you get somebody who's an Athari, and he says no, you have to affirm the apparent meaning of the text as it comes, without any ta'wil, without any approach to metaphor. Some people think what he's saying is when it says the yad of Allah, you have to you have to affirm the apparent meaning, i.e. that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a flesh and blood hand. Yeah, which is not the case. They're not saying that. They're saying because your commitment to that word does not, the apparent meaning does not commit you to that. Now, some people might say, no, they're wrong. Some people might say that's fine. But the point being, it's not about whether they're right or wrong. The fact is that look at the main thing that they're affirming. They're affirming that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not like a creature. Whether it commits them or not is a debate about language. It's a debate about, ideas around realism, nominalism, what it means, etc. Wording.
Yeah.
So these things are more complicated than people make it out to be. So
in some cases as well, like the verse itself can be quite a lot more simple as well than people make it. So, like you said, like to begin with, when you read that, and I think when if you read it as a child, and when you're in a pure state, and you're not getting involved in all these back and forths, like you focus on the main point of these verses. And what is the main point? It's exactly what you said. It's to pray in the last third of the night, like pray to Hajjud prayer, like, and that gets lost half of the time in a lot of these debates. And that is the emphasis. That is the focus. It's to try to get you to draw closer to Allah Azza wa Jal, to develop a relationship with Him. And yeah, I think that's important. And obviously, if that's the main focus of what that verse is trying to do, it's trying to commit you to that worship that does draw you closer to Allah Azza wa Jal, then that is the thing that we should be focusing on first and foremost before we get into these other matters, which I would say come after that. And they do have their importance to a certain degree. But for the layman and for people who are ignorant in a lot of this terminology and what's being said, especially if it's just confusing them, I would say avoid it. Say, I affirm whatever Allah Azza wa Jal affirms, whatever He means by this is what I'm going to say. And I do not know in this particular case what He's affirming for whatever reason. If you don't know, then just be honest and sincere with yourself, and just don't go beyond with what Allah is describing. And if you get confused in that, avoid the discussion.
Yeah, and I think that's a very strong position, isn't it? And that's also the position within the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that there are certain verses which are foundational verses and certain verses which are mutashabihat. Yeah, and so those mutashabihat are understood via the muhkam verses, the foundational verses, which are foundation to the book. So that's how we do it. And I think there's a few problems, but one of the problems I think is that some people on both sides, of this spectrum don't understand this discussion. So there's Atharis who don't understand this discussion and think affirming means literally affirming, and then they fall into error, making and comes across as though they're committing themselves to claim that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like creation. And then there's those on the other side, which are the Ash'aris, who may accuse may go too further in terms of laying down their metaphysics, to then negate certain text or divert them away from its apparent meaning. So there's lots of back and forth, and for most Muslims, it's not that important. And I've never really delved into it to that much detail. I know lots of brothers have, but I've always tried to just sort of say, look, these are my commitments. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unlike creation. we take the apparent meaning of the text. If there's no other indicator to leave the apparent meaning, that's what we take. And if there's an indicator, then we're allowed to do so if the language of the Arabic language permits us to move from a literal to a metaphor. Yeah. So I think that's the safest option to be. And if there are specific issues, then you seek scholarly advice on that.
Okay, brother. Jazakallah khair for joining.
Jazakallah. Thank you again. I mean, I'll listen to this again. Once more. I need to get the name of the book that you mentioned.
Al-Faisal Tafrika. Yeah.
Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
Al-Faisal Tafrika. It's by not by It's by Imam Ghazali, but it's been translated by Sherman Jackson, who's a Muslim academic. And Imam Ghazali wrote this book. And remember, he's an Ashari. He wrote this book criticizing another Ashari scholar of his time who was claiming that the Hanbalis or the Hanbalites, who were the Atharis, were basically kuffar or had committed kufr because they're making Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like creation. So he's defending the Hanbalis against this accusation, even though he's an Ashari, and he goes and explains why they adopt the position that they adopt. Yeah. So it's a good book because it just simply gives the framework about saying, look, there are legitimate ikhtilaf on this. But anyway, maybe if I can find the book, we'll put a link to it. But
Jazakallah. Just one last thing. I mean, I'll leave the chat, but just after I'm gone, like, can you give me advice? Like, how do you guys find the time to get into this? Of course, we have other maybe you guys are working, maybe you are studying, or you have a family. So how do you find the time to read and everything? And
you just gotta make the time. So you just set yourself a certain hour where you just say, for this hour once a week I'll commit to reading, or if you can afford more hours. But it's just about organizing your time. So I could show you my schedule although it's a bit blurry. I've got a whole whiteboard there with stuff going on. So you've got to figure out what commitments you have firstly. What is it that I have to do? What are my priorities? Obviously a part of that is going to be work, religion, family, friends, and then you need a bit of spare time. So you need to just sit down, write these things out, get yourself a little notebook and work it out properly. And then you're going to look at what times you're going to get up, what times you're going to go bed, and try to get a committed schedule where you make that regular.
Brother Yusuf, you have time for any Total War games? I remember
Total War games. I've not played Total War games in years. It's been a while since I managed to play one properly. But at the moment I just play games that I can jump on and spend half an hour and then jump off, mostly just because I don't have the time.
Thank you guys. Jazakallah again. I will, of course, I'll be back. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
No, it's been a pleasure. May Allah bless you and increase you and give you victory in this world and the next. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, so the next one is Mustafa, and Mustafa says he wants to talk about an issue with Islamic inheritance.
I'm not very knowledgeable in this subject area.
Yeah, I'm not really either, to be honest. I don't know to what degree we can help you. Abdulrahman, I think, dealt with this question a bit. So depending on what the question is, it might be better waiting for him to get back, possibly. But
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum salam. We can hear you, Mustafa. So yeah, I don't know if you heard us, but we're just saying, not 100% sure if we're going to be able to answer this question straight away because it depends on what the question is. But
yeah, okay. I have another question, about the contingency argument. Well, the contingency argument is kind of every contingent object has to have an explanation, and if we take the set of all objects, whether it's contingent or necessary or exists of necessity, the set, all the set, it will exist of. Will it be contingent or necessary? So if it's contingent, it can't have an explanation, and that violate the principle of sufficient reason. So would you say that it's necessary or it's contingent? So this is.
Are you talking about this idea which is called the big conjunctive contingent facts, Mustafa?
Yeah, but it includes also the necessary.
reasoning. Yeah. Yes, yeah, that's right. So I think I don't really frame. See, when I look at the contingency argument, I do think you need to be a bit careful in terms of the way you frame it, because an intelligent philosopher, atheist type person might try to trip you up. Like, for example, saying, well, the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the universe out of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will is contingent. Didn't have to be. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wasn't necessitated to create. So therefore, doesn't that require a will? An explanation. If that doesn't require an explanation, then they say, well, there's one thing which is contingent that doesn't require an explanation. Therefore, why can't there be other things which are contingent which don't require an explanation? Is that the general gist of the argument, Mustafa?
No, I was not like referring to that, but I was saying that like
It's similar, though. This is the point being, it's similar. The reason why it's similar is because when we discuss contingency, we will agree and we will acknowledge that there could be things, yeah, that can potentially violate the principle of sufficient reason, yeah. And the only really thing that we know of that violates it is free willing agents, is the ability to make a choice, yeah, because it's the fact that it comes internally and it's not necessitated by any prior causes, yeah, or even necessitated by their own their own nature to make that particular choice. Because otherwise, if you're necessitated by your own nature or prior causes external to you, then you don't really have free will, yeah, because you're determined to choose what you're going to choose by your nature or by prior causes. So we can acknowledge or accept that, you know, free willing agents can make choices which don't necessarily have to have a necessitating explanation. Means an explanation that necessitates the action that's going to take place. So maybe you can have non-necessitating explanations, yeah, but it's like, for example, maybe if you give a baby a choice between, or a child a choice between strawberry ice cream and chocolate ice cream, they prefer strawberry ice cream, but they could have chosen chocolate ice cream, meaning it's not necessitated for them to have chosen strawberry ice cream. So we can then say, oh, actually, do we have good reasons to believe that free will has the ability to do non-necessitating, have the ability to have non-necessitating explanations to explain why the free willing agent did the action that they did. Now, I think we have good explanations and good reasons why we can believe that there are free willing agents, and that we can believe that other minds exist. And if we then apply that to the creator, yes, we can say that contingent objects that have no free will require an explanation. Yeah, did not choose for themselves, but there'll be at least one thing which is eternal or independent that does have the capacity to make a contingent choice, because that's the choice of will. Yeah, and that would be the creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I don't know if that helps, Mustafa, in explaining your question.
Yeah, but like the I think that answers like another question. But my question was like, suppose the set of all contingent things, that all existent things, which include like contingent objects, and also if there is a necessary object, it also include that.
Yeah.
Would the set like all the set, would it be necessary or contingent?
Okay, so I thought maybe misunderstood your initial question, because I thought you were talking about one of the contentions against, you know, if you put every contingent object together, or you'd have to have at least one contingent thing that doesn't require an explanation to explain the other contingent things, which was the will. Yeah. Otherwise, then there wouldn't be contingent; they'd be necessary. So it's like it's an argument that's presented to sort of refute the contingency argument. So that's what I was talking about. So what you're saying is that you're saying that, well, what you then say is that, well, existence is necessary. At least one part of existence has to be necessary. Yeah, and that one part of existence that would have to be necessary would be the necessary being in that situation. So if you had all of existence in a pot collected together, yeah, then at least one part of the collective existence, at least one part of it, would have to be necessary. So I don't see what the issue is with regards to that. That's like what Joshua Rasmussen would argue.
Yeah, the issue is that if like all the set of existing object, like that includes the necessary object and also contingent object.
Yeah.
If it's contingent, it can't have an explanation because it's by definition the set of all existing objects. And I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. So, you're making a new set now, and you're saying that the set of everything that is existent, and that includes the thing that is necessary and the things that are contingent. And now you're asking, is this set necessary or contingent? Is that your question?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the set has a necessary thing in it, which everything else is reliant upon. So the set itself, like you like, for example, when you're asking about contingent, like the set of all contingent things, you're saying, is that set itself contingent or necessary? And you say, well, maybe there's the whole thing is contingent upon one of the things in that set. And we would write that out as a possibility because we say, well, no, because that thing is contingent as well. That would only work if one of the things were necessary. Yeah. So if you're saying the set of all things, including the necessary thing, then we would just have to refer to the set and say, well, everything that's contingent in the set is contingent upon the necessary thing in the set. That's the only way you would be able to describe it. And then the necessary thing is itself self-sufficient.
So the explanation of these like contingent object would be an intrinsic explanation. Like it doesn't need a factor outside of itself to explain it.
Yeah, but Mustafa, I think you're getting a bit confused because you're talking about the set of all existent things, and then you're saying, well, at least one thing in that set is going to have the explanation of all the other things which are in the set. Which, so that one thing that's in the set that has the explanation of everything else doesn't itself need an explanation. So that's all you're just simply saying is there's contingent things, and these contingent things depend upon some necessary, independent, eternal being.
Yeah, I think the question's a bit misplaced as well because you're assuming that now we need to say that the set of all existent things is itself either necessary or contingent, and that you'd have to make some sort of reference to something outside of it. But you're not going to, because we're saying no, because there's something in that set that doesn't need anything outside of it in order to explain it. That is the final point. You can't go beyond that. So it doesn't make sense now to make a set that includes that final point and then ask about does this thing have something that it relies upon outside of it? Well, no, because we've already determined that thing is the thing that everything is reliant upon, and it is self-sufficient. It doesn't need an explanation outside of itself. So it wouldn't make sense to talk about the set as a whole as being contingent. You understand? And it wouldn't even make sense to refer to the set as a whole as being necessary, because we've described the things within it as contingent and one thing being necessary. So the question, I think, is a bit misplaced. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
All right, brother.
What's your question about inheritance anyway, Mustafa, just out of interest?
Yeah, the issue is that in some cases, like in Islamic earth, you have sometimes you have, for example,
It adds up to more than one, basically.
Yeah, and like the person, for example, who had to have like the half, it's not possible for him to have the half because he would take less than that, like the awl, مسألة العول.
Yeah. So, but this has already been in the fiqh of inheritance. It's sort of it was already solved even during the time of the Sahaba time. This wouldn't have been something that would have been new to the fact that the rules would require this process where you I think basically what you do is you estimate by adding more to the share and then dividing it based upon that. And just occurred during the time of Umar bin al-Khattab radiallahu anh, and the Sahaba, they agreed upon that principle. And when the Sahaba agree upon a principle of how to deal with some of these issues, then that becomes what's known as Ijma' Sahaba, consensus of the companions, and that's considered part of the deen as well. So it's not like you going outside of the deen to solve this particular issue. Does that make sense? I'd like to go into more detail, but I'd have to study it more in terms of going into more detail. But I know that there's been lots of ways to solve, not lots of ways, but lots of articles that have discussed how this issue is solved.
Yeah, okay.
All right, brother. Jazakallah khair for your questions. May Allah bless you. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, so next we've got Yahya. You've turned your camera on, Yahya. I don't know if you want to keep it on or if you want to turn it off. Give me your thumbs up if you're ready. You want to come on? Okay. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum assalam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, we're good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. So I'm just looking. So you said you wanted to ask about the difference between ontology and metaphysics.
Yes. So the thing is that, whenever you guys discuss with someone, you say that this is an ontologically necessary or metaphysically necessary. You guys say that. And what I do
Logically, we say
I heard this new
logically.
word.
Yeah, we might say we might say logically necessary, metaphysically necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you also use the word ontology in your discussion. So
ontology is like a subcategory of metaphysics. So
okay.
it's not necessarily a different thing. It's just one branch out of several branches. So like another branch might be, for example, I've got a list of things here: causation, space and time, appearance and reality, identity, monoism or pluralism, and then ontology. Ontology is dealing with like abstract objects, categories, intentional objects, mind and body, God, things like that, phenomenology. So it's basically the way you want to understand it is ontology is a branch of metaphysics. It's not something distinct from it.
Okay. So when you say metaphysics, what does that mean?
Yeah, so it's
when people say metaphysics.
Yeah, so metaphysics is to do with sort of, how would you describe it?
To understand the nature of nature, isn't it?
Yeah, the nature of reality.
What's really reality is all about. How does reality really operate?
So it's sort of like before the physics. It was named Metaphysics, mainly because the book was written before the book called Physics.
Yeah, by Aristotle. Actually,
go on.
Yeah, I read about that somewhere that he wrote two books. One was Physics, which was about the actual world, and then Metaphysics, which was something that
it was just like it came before the physics, so they called it that. But there's an interesting, I guess, overlap between the name that they chose and like the topic itself. So it's sort of deals with I don't know, would a good way of describing it, Sharif, do you think would be it deals with the a priori rather than the physics, which deals with the a posteriori?
Yeah, so just maybe a better way to explain it is just by example. So, for example, when you've got a person who's a materialist, his metaphysical commitment is to believe that all of reality ultimately is made up of physical things. Yeah, would that be correct, isn't it, Yusuf?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's his metaphysical commitment. Or maybe a dualist, he would say all of reality is composed of, matter and non-matter or spirit. Yeah. So so it's like I'm trying to understand what really sits behind reality, what reality really is. That's metaphysics. That's what metaphysical discussion tries to understand and engage in, to really understand. So for example, the question is space, is it a continuum? Can you infinitely divide it? Or is it made up of blocks? Yeah, discrete parts that can't be infinitely divided. That discussion is a metaphysical discussion. We're trying to understand the foundation of reality. Yeah. So does that make sense? What metaphysics is?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me now. It makes it much more clearer than whatever I was thinking about it. And so, where does ontology fit in now? In this example, let's say the one that you said that you gave.
So
Yes.
ontology, like, sorry, go Yusuf, go.
No, go on, you go.
No, but ontology, as Yusuf said, is sort of a branch discussion, which is really talking about the state of those beings. You know, the nature of what exists, and how.
do they? So for example, ontology is a branch of metaphysics, and then you'll have different branches of ontology. So one of them is abstract objects. So that's an ontological discussion. Like, what are abstract objects? What kind of existence do they have? We're going to be asking fundamental questions about this category of things, or it could be a discussion about categories in general. So the philosophy of language, for example, and logic. It could be about intentional objects, phenomenology. So a branch of philosophy, phenomenology, is the discussion about the most fundamental things about experience itself. So how do we describe these things? What are the fundamental aspects of conscious experience? Is another branch, for example, or the mind-body problem. So is there a mind and a body? Are they distinct things? Are they the same thing? These kind
Because
of
also, yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, the example that Brother Sharif gave about the space, it would also be considered an ontological statement as well, right? That it could be.
So, it sounds like you're moving your microphone a little bit as well.
So Sharif gave an example of space. What is space actually? Could it be divided infinitely, or is it actually discrete? That would be an ontological statement as well. Am I correct?
It depends, because it could be like space and time. In this random picture that I've pulled up, it's got it as a separate category of metaphysics.
Okay.
But there's probably going to be some overlaps. Sometimes it can be hard to make these categorical distinctions between things. And the whole discussion about categories, funnily enough, is ontology. But yeah, so there's probably some ways in which you can talk about space and time, which falls outside of the prefix of the discussions of ontology. But then when it comes to talking about like the category of what we should consider time, for example, or like how there's probably certain ontological discussions that you can have about space and time, despite the fact that you could maybe even categorize the discussion about space and time separately from ontology.
Yeah, there's going to be overlap. Yeah, these discussions, particularly the definition of metaphysics, is not universally agreed upon in terms of what actually is metaphysics and what is the area of subject area. And so there are going to be overlaps between the discussions. But like, for example, like Yusuf said, like the idea of PSR, the sufficient reason, that's a metaphysical discussion. Yeah, maybe not necessarily a discussion in relation to ontology. Yeah, because PSR is not really it's not a being in itself. It's about a description of a being, but it describes the nature of a reality.
And I wouldn't be too worried if these, when you're thinking about these concepts, if it gets a bit of a head pickle, because it's sort of like a part of the whole process of learning about these things is trying to see how you should group these discussions and where do you draw the lines. But like, we want a picture like if you Google branches of philosophy, you want it to be that simple like that. But there's always disagreements about how you should organize these different discussions and what falls into what category and why. Like logic itself, or even ethics, like these conversations themselves, like the philosophy of how to categorize them is itself like a huge debate, which is pretty funny. But it's sort of inherent to the process. So I don't feel bad about the fact that these things can be difficult to wrap your head around.
Yeah, actually, I was actually searching about this, and I stumbled upon, I think, Stanford article. It was huge. I just read a few paragraphs and I couldn't understand anything because it was a bit complicated. So yeah, it said that the distinction is not like clear cut. It is sometimes there is a lot of overlap between these definitions. I should read that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's a brother, Muhammad Hanif, he said here, he said meta means after, so literally after physics. The book on metaphysics was Aristotle's place
Yeah,
after.
sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what Yusuf was alluding to.
Yeah, I said before, but yeah, he's right.
Meant after. So yeah, so the point being is that it was a chapter after the discussion of physics, and that's why it became physics, and therefore that's where the term metaphysics comes from, and it's there to try to describe the nature of natures, basically.
I guess the point I was making then is that it's not that there's a if it meant what I thought it meant, that it was before, then there would have been this overlap. But I guess there's an irony in it that it was titled after the physics, but the discussions about everything that comes prior to the physics.
Yeah, that's right.
Fundamental questions. So maybe the thing I missed was the irony in the naming of it. But yeah, was there anything else you wanted to discuss, brother, or was that everything?
Yeah, I had one more question, and it was I read about principle of sufficient reason. It says that everything that exists has a cause, everything that happens has a cause. Now, I was actually read.
That wasn't very clear what you said. That everything that what has
everything that exists has a reason for its existence, and everything that happens, every event that occurs has a reason for it occurring.
Okay.
We wouldn't necessarily say that.
So,
go on.
So yeah, actually I think I read somewhere about this as well, that a question about it, that would it apply to the principle of sufficient reason itself and all the other logical assumptions that we have, like law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and all about them? Wouldn't that apply to these laws as well?
What do you mean? That they need an explanation why these laws exist?
Yeah.
But that's a different. It's a different. I think you're mixing up different issues. Yeah. So when we're talking about, for example, everything requires an explanation. Yeah. There are strong versions of this. Yeah, and there are, or even the principle of sufficient reason. There's strong versions, and there are weaker versions. Yeah. Like you'd have a strong version which basically says everything has to have an explanation as to why it exists in the way it exists. So a contingent being has an explanation outside of itself for why it exists, whereas a necessary being has an explanation within itself as to why it exists. Now, the thing with this is it commits you to then say, well, the necessary being had to create the way it created by its own nature, by necessity of its own nature, which then means that the creator had to create, necessarily. And then what the creator created also has to be created necessarily. And so therefore creation has to be necessary as well in that sense. So, well, that'll be necessary through another, through the necessary being. So it commits you to these types of things. That's a very strong version of the PSR, whereas a more weaker version would basically allow for this idea of free will. Yeah, and I think for us as Muslims, what we tend to do is we try to limit as best possible our metaphysical commitments, because for us to try to understand the nature of natures is very, very difficult. Yeah, because we're limited human beings. So we want to try and make sure that our commitments, are minimal. Yeah, and that our opinions and positions that we hold are justified. Yeah, so we have justifications for the opinions that we hold. Like, for example, that we justified generally, is it reasonable to accept that other human beings exist, that other human beings have agency, etc. Yeah, so that's how we would adopt our positions on these issues. So I wouldn't say that everything requires a cause, or every event requires a cause in that sense, because we can accept that certain things, like the ability to choose, doesn't require a necessitating explanation for why it exists the way it exists, or why it made the choice it chose to do.
Yeah, I kind of get that. But then for free will, wouldn't that like the cause would be within ourselves. That's why we choose would be within ourselves.
Yeah. So Yusuf,
The
really
cause for
quickly. Sorry, Yahya, one sec. Yusuf, Abdulrahman's trying to join the studio. So I don't know if we can kick one person out. Sorry, Yahya. So go carry on.
yeah. So as you said that the free will would would have a weaker position for the principle of sufficient reason, but wouldn't free will be something within us? Like, wouldn't the cause for free will would be something intrinsic for us?
Yeah, but the reason for why we chose one thing over another, we'd say the reason for free will that we chose is free will. It is free will. That's the explanation. But then why did it make us choose one over another? You can have reasons, partial explanations, but you can never have a total explanation for this. Just the nature of free will.
Okay.
Yeah. But we don't, like I said, we don't need to. What's the word? We don't need to get into a deep philosophical argumentation, which is watertight, to explain why this created this. All we need to say is that, are we rationally justified to believe that, for example, I have a mind, I have the ability to choose. Yeah, I'm an agent. If we have good reasons to accept that, or you have a mind and you have the ability to choose, you're not a robot, then we can then move from that and say, well, what about the necessary being, where there's no prior causes to cause it to act the way it does? Then we can say, yeah, we have justifications to believe that this necessary being has a mind and has the ability to choose. Yeah. And we don't have to say it's necessitating to choose in a particular way, because that's the whole point is that we come to the conclusion that you have a being, a creator who chose to create a god, and not just some sort of mechanical force that was necessarily just emanating creation. Yeah. Yusuf, Abdulrahman. You muted, Yusuf.
I'm saying go, right, Abdul. Go. Join.
All right.
So yeah, one more question. It won't be that long. So is there any other way to get in touch with you brothers other than joining a live discussion? Like, can I ask my questions in some other way?
Yes, so you can use the Lighthouse Project. I'll put the link in the chat. So sapiensinstitute.org/lighthouse. You can book a private one-to-one meeting with either myself or one of the other mentors. I've been trying to get Sharif on there, but he's a very difficult brother to wrangle with a particular hour every week. Abdulrahman was on there, but he's been a bit busy, but he's going to be back on there at some point, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, Abdulrahman.
Wa alaikum salam.
How you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah, good.
Alhamdulillah. And then
I was going to say, you can contact any of the brothers via, Facebook Messenger or Twitter.
Apart from me, because I'm not on any of them.
Yeah, Yusuf isn't, but you can contact him via Sapiens. But the other brothers, if they're not on Sapiens, you can contact us via that. Yahya, you from Gujarat?
Yes, I am.
Oh, name's Patel. Ahmedabad.
Yes.
I'm
from Bharuch.
Bharuch?
No, I'm from Bharuch. Yes.
I know Bharuch. I'm from Koti originally.
You're from Gujarat as well?
Originally, yeah. Parents.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Alhamdulillah. So yeah. Anyway, Jazakallah khair, Yahya.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you for helping my brother.
No problem. The link is sapiensinstitute.org/lighthouse, and you can book one-to-one private meetings there.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair. Alaikum assalam.
Okay. Salam, Abdul. Nice to have you. Are you able to talk, or are you a bit busy at the moment still?
Yeah, I can talk. Just still a bit limited, but yeah, wa alaikum salam. Good to be here.
Okay, so the next person we've got coming on is Brother No Name. You've got your camera on, bro. Do you want to leave it on or turn it off? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on. Obviously, you can't. Well, or just give me a thumbs up in the chat if you've turned your. Your camera off. Are you ready? Thumbs.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready.
Okay, good. All right, Bismillah. Salam.
Salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How you doing, brother?
Good.
Okay, how can we help you today?
Yes, I planned out all the questions out, so I got all laid out. So first, I want to ask, will you ever do a video of argument of design, like like a whole video of that?
Yeah, I guess we could make it a topic of a future stream, inshallah.
Because a video that I would recommend you is Professor Dave's response to James' talk, because this is more like scientific, like yeah. But Professor Dave, his response to James' talk, because he basically dealt with it, and David Hume's a response to argument from design as well.
I've not heard of them. But
James Tour, are you talking about the biochemist who talks about abiogenesis and the impossibility of it?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, okay. So he's done a response against James Tour. James Tour's a theist, he's a Christian. So he's also somebody who does nanotechnology, develops that using biological living things, basically, or biological agents, proteins, things like that.
All right.
It should be interesting to look at that. I think personally, I don't really use the design argument as a leading argument to prove that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists. But I do think that when you prove certain things like a necessary being, then to prove further some of the attributes of a necessary being, then the design argument then fits in very nicely in that situation. And similar to what Imam Ibn Taymiyyah uses, actually, he uses sort of the idea of continuity of nature and design in order to argue that there is only one creator, because this all indicates one creator. Yeah.
So to continue, I want to talk about the criticism, because I was going to talk about existence of God, but the criticism from your last video from Matthew Bardos. Basically, he said, I've never heard of anyone claiming that an appeal to mystery is a logical contradiction, just that it is fallacious and unreasonable. Thus, the whole premise of this episode seems to be a straw man, perhaps to try to shift the burden of proof to the non-believers. And to clarify, yes, I have heard of people claiming that some so-called arguments from ignorance are contradictions. A classic is, we do not know where the universe came from, therefore we know the universe must have come from a deity. I do not know A, but I do know A is obviously a contradiction. So I wanted to ask you your thoughts on that.
So what?
Yeah, so Yusuf, you want to go ahead?
What's the question about it?
So
how would you respond to it?
Yeah, how do you respond to that?
What he was saying.
So his basic argument, it sounds like, is that he said firstly that appeal to mystery is fallacious. Yeah. The second thing that he said was
what about us? Is this
we did a stream last time. I think Yusuf, you were away, so we had a stream which was the difference between appeal to mystery and appeal to a logical contradiction. It's when you were in Turkey at the time.
Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't here.
So let me see if I can try to respond, because a lot of things that have been said, and a lot of things that have been said seem to be misunderstanding what the whole show was about. Which, to be fair, with somebody like Matthew Bardos, doesn't surprise me that he doesn't quite get it. Yeah. The issue is about appeal to mystery. The difference between appeal to mystery and appeal to a logical contradiction that we're trying to explain is that when somebody appeals to mystery, he may have good reasons. It may be because what he's being asked to affirm is underdetermined. Yeah, it's not really clear about what the actual explanation is. Yeah, and if it's underdetermined, because there's no contradiction in affirming it, a particular idea, it doesn't lead to something that is true and not true at the same time. It doesn't lead to something which is a contradiction, which you would have to then negate. Yeah, does that make sense? Originally, no name that point.
So response, someone called Peaceful Warrior responded, "A fallacy is not just a subset of logical contradiction."
I know.
Contradiction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah, I know. I understand that fallacies are not just that. But I'm just saying is that this appeal to a mystery cannot just simply be said, is a fallacy in and of itself, because that
Yeah.
doesn't make it doesn't just make a fallacy. But I'm just saying what the show was about. So yeah, you could say, yeah, there's no justification for this appeal to mystery. You could argue that, yeah. But that's not the discussion. And the reason why we had this particular discussion is because there are certain things, certain positions within, like the within Islam, like on matters of the ilm al-ghaib, knowledge of the unseen, which can't rationalize. Like, for example, the angels. We can't rationalize the angels. We cannot say how the angels, move through the sky or travel between the universe. We don't know these things. But the question then becomes is it a contradiction? Is it something that is impossible to affirm? If it's not impossible to affirm, and we have good reasons to affirm the text that affirms the belief in the angels, then we are legitimate or justified in believing in angels. Yeah. So that just because I can't explain what angels look like doesn't mean that I don't have justification to reject angels, because I might have other reasons. And let me give you a practical example of this. So paracetamol is like a painkiller in the UK, Now we don't know. Last time I studied paracetamol, there was no known mode of action. There was no actual defined how paracetamol works, how it lowers the body's temperature when you have like high temperature, or how does it cause its pain-killing effect. Seems to be central nervous system, but they don't know exactly, which is different to aspirin or ibuprofen, where they know it's the COX enzyme, cyclooxygenase enzyme, which is being blocked, which is part of the inflammatory response. So they don't know. Now, just because they don't know doesn't mean that they're not justified in believing that paracetamol has this effect. So in that situation, just because there's an unknown aspect to it, mean that you negate it. And this is the same thing. To be honest, we said this about Christians. They appeal to mystery. Even atheists appeal to mystery, or other people from religions appeal to mystery. Atheists will appeal to mystery by basically saying we don't know what caused the universe to exist, but something did. And so, we're not going to affirm whether it's a sentient being or not. Or
just
logic or not as well.
Just to end off his comment, basically, he said to this reply, Matthew Bardis replied, well, some are yes, hence why I also classified it and give an example of an argument from ignorance, which is similar to an appeal to mystery, and it is indeed a logical contradiction. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So what was his argument?
So he said, so he basically just said, well, some are yes, hence I clarified and gave an example of an argument from ignorance, which is similar to an appeal to mystery, and indeed a logical contradiction.
I still don't know what his argument, which is similar to the argument appealing to ignorance, and how this falls into.
He's basically just saying that the argument of ignorance is like similar to appeal to mystery, basically. And he thinks that
we're not. See, maybe he's misunderstood the whole show. The argument about belief in a creator, is not an appeal to mystery. We're not appealing to. We're not saying the created things occurred and we don't know why, or contingent things exist, comes into being, we don't know why. Therefore, God exists, and it's a mystery. We're not saying that. We're saying that contingent things which are, let's make it down even more simpler, things that are limited, they are dependent, and they're dependent upon something else for its existence, requires some sort of independent internal thing to exist, which doesn't require any other explanation, doesn't depend upon any other thing for its explanation. That's what we're saying as a foundation. I think everybody generally agrees upon that, unless they want to affirm that dependent things came out from nothing. But a lot of atheists don't want to say that. They say, no, there is one thing that would be independent. Maybe matter, maybe space, time, maybe quantum mechanics, maybe energy, whatever it is they want to appeal to. At least they'll appeal to one thing generally that is independent. Now we're then saying, what is the best explanation for this independent thing? Yeah, is it something with a mind or without a mind? Is it some other physical thing or non-physical thing? Yeah, a non-physical thing here means something that had the ability to make a choice. Yeah. So that's what we're saying. That's what we're explaining. And then we're saying, okay, if we take all of the arguments, whether that is to do with design, whether that is to do with contingency, whether it's to do with how we know other minds, all of these arguments, the fact that we don't have arbitrary limits upon this necessary being, etc., then the best explanation would be a independent being that had the ability to create. Yeah. So there is no appeal to mystery. There's justification. And the justification are based on some, either rational observations or whether it's to do with the, certain logical a priori commitments that people may believe are justified, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a few more questions, and then I'll let you guys go. All right. So I want to ask you: is this like a good argument? So philosophers such as Wittgenstein take a view that is considered anti-realist and oppose philosophical arguments related to God's existence. For instance, Charles Taylor contends that the real is whatever will not go away. If we cannot reduce talk about God to anything else, or replace it or prove it false, then perhaps God is as real as anything.
I don't know. Abdulrahman's read a bit of Wittgenstein. I don't know if Yusuf, you're... I understand what the quote is saying, but I've not read that, so I don't want to really comment. Yusuf or Abdulrahman? Yusuf, you're muted, sorry.
You can summarize the question, because I didn't get what he's saying.
Okay. Philosophers
no name. Can I just maybe help summarize it?
It's a bit difficult to follow when you're reading it.
Okay, yeah.
Let me try and summarize it for you guys, and then maybe No Name can help clarify whether this is. He's basically saying that in order to understand what's real is what you can't argue against and get away from. Yeah, and the fact that the existence of God or the discussion about God, there are no arguments that seems to completely remove it from the minds of people. So therefore, we should be realist about it. Is that generally the essence of what Wittgenstein was saying?
Yeah, I would say.
Well, you could say that about anything then, couldn't you? So is the thing that's on my desk real without a shadow of a doubt? Or could it be a figment of my imagination? There's lots of things that people can put towards everything. So does that mean...
I think Wittgenstein is basically arguing the fact that because you will always be debating the fact that this thing is real or not real, and it will you can't negate the reality of what it is. So you can't say...
I don't see the connection between the fact that you can debate something and whether or not that thing could be considered real. Like, for me, the case is the human being is argumentative. And I've seen people argue till they were blue in the face about things just for the sake of arguing sometimes. Like my growing up with my brother. I don't know if like any of you've got siblings that you just end up getting into petty arguments with. And the person, most of the time, can even know that they're wrong, but they'll just argue anyway. So, like, the ability to argue upon something, I don't think has anything to do with whether or not that thing is real.
Yeah.
And I don't think at all we should be rooting our judgment on whether or not something is real on whether or not people are arguing about it. I just think it's silly.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be about the... sorry, I tried.
Don't worry. But I think that answers the question.
Yeah. Okay.
If it works for you, No Name. If it works for you, that's not a problem. There are arguments like transcendental arguments to say things like the idea of God, the idea of an unlimited independent being, is not something that would come to the mind of a human being because everything that we see is created and contingent. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the omnipotence paradox suggests that the concept of an omnipotent entity is logically contradictory by considering questions such as, can God create a rock so big that he cannot move? Or if God is all-powerful, could God create a being more powerful than himself? So they'll say that this is in contradiction. So would you contend that it is on?
No name, you should know the answer to this.
Uh,
How would you answer it?
Uno reverse card. Wait, I think I've got a meme
Yeah.
for that.
My man's calling me Wittgenstein, and he's asking that question. No, I'm not saying your question's invalid. It's a question that a lot of people raise. Yeah, a lot of atheists raise, and even some Muslims as well. It's not irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Really joking.
But I think you could work out the answer. That's all I'm saying.
Because I literally forgot the answer. Because I remember watching Yusuf's video on rationality rules against him on this. And
Yusuf destroyed his video destroyed rationality rules on this topic.
This topic. Yeah.
So what was the question again?
You know,
omnipotence paradox.
Yeah.
How do you?
What?
It's a contradiction. God is all powerful, but he can't create a rock that he can't lift.
Yes, it's the problem is with the question. It's asking things about something that don't relate to that thing.
Yeah.
You're following. So if I say, trying to think of a good counter example. So if you're asking like, can this thing, which has nothing to do with this other category of things, can it do this or not? It's just silly. Like with regards to Allah Azza wa Jal, he's not like he can create a rock of any size. Yeah, so it doesn't matter how big the rock is. He can make it bigger. He can keep making rocks as big as he wants to, and he can always lift them all because he's the all-powerful, and they are all dependent upon him. To act as if the ability to not lift the rock is a power, that is absurd, because it's not a power. It's the negation of a power. It's not an ability. It's an inability to do something. So we're saying God is completely able, with regards to logical possibilities. And if you like, when it comes to like mentioning contradictory things, we say these things are not things in and of themselves, because they're like, when we used to have a robot in primary school, and you used to put in coordinates into the thing, and you could tell it to move forward +1 meter, move backwards +1 meter. And then sometimes you could put coordinates in brackets. So you could say move forward +1 meter and ±1 meter. And that would be one command. And so if you put that command in, it wouldn't move anywhere. It wouldn't do anything. It would move 0. Because the one command negates the other. +1 negates -1.
Yeah.
And they equal 0. So when you add opposite terms together, the same sort of thing happens. If you're saying, meet my friend here, Sharif, who is a married bachelor. Like, you're not really saying anything, because to be married is the negation of to be a bachelor. So I'm not telling you anything about Abu Sharif, Sharif Abu Laif, because the two phrases or the two terms I'm using destroy each other.
Yeah.
If I said, meet my friend here, Sharif, who is married, you're gonna understand what I'm saying. I'm communicating something to you. If I say the opposite, meet my friend here, he is a bachelor, you're gonna understand what I mean. But when I join the two together, I'm not communicating anything to you at all. Yeah. And it's the same thing. Like, can God create a rock so big that he couldn't lift it? Is asking, is God powerful enough to create something so big that it makes him not powerful? Like, there's a contradiction in terms. It's not. Like, basically, in order to be all powerful, you also need to be not all powerful. Which
the sentence doesn't make sense. Yeah, the semantics of the sentence doesn't have any meaning. Doesn't contain a meaning. So it's like gibberish, basically. That's the problem.
Although it's phrased as if it has meaning. So in the same way that married bachelor, like you can point at this word and say this word has meaning. You can point at that word and say that word has meaning. And you can say, well, I'm saying he's a married person who's not married. And like you can identify the separate parts of the statement that make meaning, but as a collective put together holistically, they just don't make sense.
Yeah. All right. So to move on. I want to ask you a question. So do you know any atheists that do think that this argument is bad? Is a bad argument?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
Atheists. I think most philosophically savvy atheists know that this is a bad argument, because all a theist has to say is omnipotent is can do all things. All they'll say is that a thing is that which is a logical possibility or a metaphysical possibility. So it means that God can do all metaphysically possible things or all logically possible things. That's all they would say. And so then they would say, well, a squared circle is not, like, for example, can God create a squared circle? They say, well, that's not a logically possible thing. Yeah. So I think this is an argument that more the internet type atheists would present. I've not come across, maybe I don't know if Yusuf or Abdulrahman has come across anything in academic literature that uses this as a serious argument. Abdulrahman?
Yeah.
See, silence is consent. He's saying no.
Yeah, so the next question is argument from free will. So contends.
Let's just stop you there, brother. So there's quite a few people waiting. You've already asked a few questions already, so we're going to leave it there with you. But Jazakallah khair. Maybe next time we have one, you can jump on and ask again. Or alternatively, if you want to talk about these things, you can book a meeting with the Lighthouse Project. So if you go to savioursinstitute.org/lighthouse, we can discuss this in more detail, but it's just so that we can get through everyone.
All right. Okay.
All right, Jazakallah khair. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, Rookie Pilot, you're next. Are you ready? Okay, he said he's free. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you, brother?
I'm okay. Alhamdulillah. How are you guys?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Very well.
Jazakallah for the stream. I love watching your streams. I think it's very useful to have these kind of more philosophical streams. I hope this is not going to be too boring for the audience, but I came across a few months ago. I came across this YouTube channel, I think Majesty of Reason, and another one, Parker's Pences or something, and they were discussing Joe Schmidt's paper to do with the fruitful death of modal collapse arguments. And what he was saying was, initially quite clever. He was saying that modal collapse arguments against the kind of what was it called?
Divine simplicity.
Classical theism usually all fail because, for example, I'm just going to read from his paper. I think most of them go like something like the first premise is necessarily God exists, and then the second premise is God is identical to God's act of creation, and then necessarily God's act of creation exists. So I think what
Rookie Pilot, there's noise in the background.
Oh, sorry.
You're interfering with the microphone when I think you're moving about. Maybe it's rubbing against you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Is it better now?
It'll be fine. We can hear you. It's just when you're moving and the microphone's touching things, there's a scratchy noise that sort of hides your voice.
I'll stop moving, sorry.
No, it's all right. So go on, ask again.
Yeah, so what they're saying, I think, I know there's lots of modal collapse arguments. I'm no expert at this, really. But so, for example, one that he's in his paper, one of the modal collapse arguments, I guess, is necessarily God exists, and then God is identical to God's act of creation, and then necessarily God's act of creation exists. So I think what the modal collapse arguments are saying is that then creation necessarily exists. It's not contingent, it's necessary because it collapses all the way through because it's all necessary. And I think Joe is trying to argue, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I could have it wrong. I think he's trying to argue that these modal collapse arguments fail because there is a get out clause, and that is to say that God creates indeterminately. And I think he's correct on that point. He's correct. God does create indeterminately, but the problem is then he attacks natural classical theism by saying, well, the indeterminism means like randomness. So indeterminism means God has no control over what he creates. And I think he's failed to realize a very simple point there, and that is that actually indeterminism can also mean it can also have indeterminism from free-willed beings. It's not only randomness. Randomness is not the only explanation for indeterminism. So I was just curious what your opinion on that is, because I think he's failed to notice a very simple problem with his argument.
Sorry. What are you referencing? Is it a video, paper? What exactly?
It's a paper, but they've also done videos. So it's Joe Schmidt, and I think he's Graham Up his favorite student or something. I think.
Yeah,
and they all think he's very clever. So he's done a paper, and he's also got his own channel, Majesty of Reason, and he's also
I'm familiar with the channel. I really like him.
The paper called.
I like it. But
I like him in particular.
But I think so. He's kind of tried to backstab theism, essentially. I think.
No, but brother, what's the paper title?
So it's the fruitful death of modal collapse arguments.
Yeah, but that's not a complete. That's not a complete like presentation of what his argument is, because one of the consequences of saying that indeterminacy can get you out of modal collapse is eventually he moves on to what I think is a more serious problem, which is the intentional collapse argument. Did you read all the way through, or?
I read all the way through the paper, but I think, well, maybe I need to read it more carefully, because I thought that the flaw in his logic was that he associates indeterminism. What's the word? He implies that indeterminism means randomness and lack of control, so that God has no control over what he creates. There's no knowledge of
but
what he creates.
that's not the strongest objection. Also, think of it this way. So think of the act being indeterminate. What that would mean is that you'd have a different world where there's, like, let's say a different act that non-deterministically follows from God. Now, if you could tell me that, like, on classical theism, would anything about God be different in that other world?
I'm not sure.
I see. This is where you're going to get the problem of like intentional collapse, because there's nothing within God that would basically account for the difference in creation from one world to another. So, I mean, you have this complete disconnectedness between. This is on classical theism, which is basically like on divine simplicity, or certain models of divine simplicity, which I wouldn't want to attack it like in defense of atheism or something. I mean, if you hold to divine simplicity, that's definitely better than being an atheist from my perspective. But then what I'm saying is if you look at the nature of the critique, I think the fruitful death, the reason that death is fruitful is because of that consequence, which is I think a more serious problem, where you have nothing within God, no intention, no act that subsists in him, nothing whatsoever that creates a link between him and creation, so that it would make him like he is the creator of the world in some intelligible sense that we can relate to from our experience. So that's the issue. I think. It just leads to a more serious problem.
Yeah, I don't think Rookie Pilot's arguing for classical theism. Are you, Rookie Pilot?
No, that's right. Yeah, sorry. I think
you're criticizing the consequence of Joe Smith's attempted argument, which is basically saying that, well, there's this thing that just randomly creates universes. There's a necessary thing that just randomly creates universes. You're not going to apply any free will or agency to that. It can just be a random necessary thing that spawns universes. Is that right?
That's right. I forgot to mention. Obviously, I don't subscribe to classical theism, and I don't think Muslims have that particular view.
No, we don't. Yeah.
Of God anyway. But my issue was,
some do, just to be clear, right? So the ones who do it, it's not like they're all unbelievable. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess So my problem was with his paper is that fair enough. You're right, Abdul. He mainly goes after classical theism for the purpose of the paper, but somewhere I think near the bottom he does mention that his argument can apply to other types. He's kind of insinuating that his argument is going to be problematic for most types of theism. And my problem with his argument is, if I can try and rephrase it, is that I think I actually like your examples from some previous streams where you're saying, I've got a can of Pepsi in front of me and I've got a can of Coke in front of me, and a free will being makes the choice, but that choice doesn't necessarily have an explanation. So it's not a random event. The free will being doesn't randomly choose Coke or Pepsi. The free will being chooses through free will and some intention, but that intention doesn't necessarily have what's the word?
It's non-necessitating.
It's non-necessitating. Yeah. So you could even label it indeterministic. It's an indeterministic event, because you can't determine what caused that free will being to choose a Coke or a Pepsi. But it doesn't mean it's non-intentional. So I think that's where Joe seems to conflate the things. Non-intentional, indeterminate does not necessarily exclude intentionality. You can have a non-determinate event or a choice or an act, but that doesn't mean that act was not intentional.
Yeah, of course. So this is a discussion about free will. You're right. I'm sorry if I went somewhere else, but yeah, I mean that's going to be one of like the one of the common critiques of libertarian view of free will, and there can be a lot of back and forth there. I don't think it means it's random, and not all theists, I mean, let alone Muslims. I think the majority of Orthodox Muslims don't hold to libertarian free will. That's a different discussion. I mean, maybe, and it also relates to God's acts versus human acts and stuff like that. But is it necessarily random? No. I mean, I don't think so. I think the critique can be made, but then if you look at, there are many accounts of libertarian free will out there, and even like compatibilism that lay it out in different ways, and they don't all just seem random, like randomness to me, like random quantum fluctuations or something. No, I don't think that's right. I think it's not a bad objection in the sense that you can have a discussion about it. But I think it ultimately doesn't, like, it's ultimately false.
Sorry, what's ultimately false? I didn't follow that.
The claim that it necessarily that the libertarian choices are random.
Yeah, that's right. So that's my problem with Joe's paper and the discussion he had online, is that he and his friends seem to suggest that essentially they don't. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. The actual point of his paper, which he doesn't mention anywhere, the contention in his paper actually leads to a discussion of what is free will. Essentially, that's because he's saying these choices can be indeterminate or random, but essentially these are choices of a free will being. So essentially the whole discussion and the whole collapse, his whole attack of modal collapse arguments is actually a discussion about free will, but he doesn't really explore that. So it's a bit of a biased paper. It's trying to say, I've kind of destroyed modal collapse arguments, but I've come up with this new argument which destroys theism. but actually his new argument is not a clear-cut argument, because he's failing to talk about that the indeterminism is not necessarily the same as randomness. You can have indeterminate events which are due to free will beings, which can be intentional, which are not random. And in fact, as Muslims, we believe randomness doesn't even exist at all. So there's a whole different debate.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Great. So I just wanted to get your view on that paper, and I hope you guys discuss it at some point.
Okay. I wanted to read this one out as well, by the way. I know, I think, Yusuf, you put it up on the Jamie Turner mentioned, he goes, I'd say that Muslims generally uphold neoclassical theism. I take that to be a variation on classical theism, or something like a species of classical theism. So in that sense, Muslims do generally uphold classical theism. Anybody wants to address that one? Abdulrahman?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't think that's wrong. I've just would have reservations against like using that terminology, because it's like at least like in internet circles, it's associated with a very specific type of theism. But yeah, I mean, I've seen the discussions about classical theism and the what it does or doesn't apply to, and Muslims aren't necessarily non-classical theists. I mean, I think there's a bit of a blurry line that's drawn there.
Yeah, the wording as well can be a bit misleading to people and not too clued up with all the terminology, and it might make it sound like we're some sort of revolutionists.
We're not classical.
Yeah, so I think that's another one of the problems with these terms sometimes as well. But I'm gonna have to run. I've already stayed 42 minutes longer than I was supposed to. But it's been a pleasure.
I think we're gonna have
such a long time, Yusuf.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, guys. Jazakallah for your answer, and I just wanted to do that little rant about the paper anyway.
No, it was a nice little discussion. So
no, I'm sorry, that was my fault though, because I'm a bit limited in listening, so I just misunderstood. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Barakallahu.
Yeah.
Jazakallah, guys. See you soon, inshallah.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. So I'm gonna leave you guys.
Who's next on the list? Do I just follow from left to right?
So Said is what was he? I've said it. So he had to leave to try to come back on to put his camera on, but his camera's not working.
Oh right. So device not connected. Him.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't add him anyway.
So no, but he's after. I'm trying to. One sec. I did comment and people kept asking, and I listed it. So he's either after OMNM and before Lemonade, or after Lemonade and before Carlos.
All right. Okay.
So it's one of them.
Well,
I can't remember.
He's gone now, so I can't.
Yeah, he's probably going to come back. He's been trying.
We'll wait a minute. But okay, Yusuf just up with that anyway.
Right, but yeah, at the moment, the way it is, it's in that order. But there's also a question that someone wants addressing, and I said we would try to answer it. So I'm just going to pull it up before I leave, because I said here it is. Because I did promise the brother that we would try to answer it. It's too many letters. How do I cut this down? I cut it into two. Right, so I've just put it in the comments. You can pull them up one after the other. So that, and then whatever follows after it. So I wanted to ask a question about how contingency arguments applies to Allah. A necessary being cannot have any attribute which is contingent, but Allah is Ar-Rahman, which is not a necessary attribute, as God could have been otherwise. Like he could have been simply fair, just, and not just Rahman. But I'm not going to have time to get into that with you guys. So.
I'll let Abdulrahman answer that one.
But I'm going to say salam before you start answering, Abdulrahman. And I'll give you a call this week as well, Abdul, because we need to talk. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Barakallahu and assalamu alaikum. Are you admin?
I'm admin, yeah.
bring people on and kick them off and that?
I think so. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I
inshallah.
can do. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Barakallahu feek. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
So, Abdulrahman, the question is about the fact that Ar-Rahman is a contingent property, or is it a contingent property, and therefore, aren't we establishing for the necessary being certain attributes which are contingent if we accept the idea that Ar-Rahman is a contingent attribute?
This question came in the comments or something? Or?
Yeah, I think it was in the private chat, but the guy had to leave, but he's to answer the question.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. So yeah, so it's a contingent property in the sense that this is a very like I can answer it in many different ways, but so you could say that God has contingent properties if you have a specific understanding of contingency, like in the right sense of contingency, meaning that, for example, if it's a relational attribute, God is the creator of Abdulrahman, for example, right? So he's the creator of me, but I'm not necessary. So is his act of creating me necessary? In a certain sense, so in a specific, like, modal context, maybe it can be like, metaphysical necessity. It's not metaphysically necessary for me to exist, so the act wouldn't be metaphysically necessary. But then what does that have to do, like what's the issue there? I mean, was there a question, was there like a problem he was trying to insinuate?
So I think you're going into it a bit more deeper. So he's basically saying that you have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as Al-Khaliq, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as Ar-Rahman, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could have been other than Ar-Rahman. He could have been just fair or just. That was his question. So isn't Ar-Rahman, in his view, he sees that as contingent?
Yeah, but what's the problem? Like, he has to, like, okay, so I see it as contingent.
So he's basically saying, how can a necessary being be contingent, have contingent properties?
Oh no, but right, that would be jumping from like a contingent property to a contingent being, right?
Yeah.
So, and again, it just really depends on what he means by contingent. So if I'd ask the person questions like, what do you mean when you say that he could have been, like, otherwise, in the sense of, like, not merciful, for example, then he'd have to elaborate. And maybe there's problematic ways of saying that, there's non-problematic ways of saying that. If he's going to say that in a way that would render God contingent in the sense that God's essential attributes, could have been different, no, that's impossible. But if there's something that is maybe dispositional, as in, like, a tendency to behave in a particular way in a particular situation, or something that is relational, and you say that didn't have to be like that because God could have chosen not to create the situation that would bring about such and such, then where's the issue? It's just not a problem, unless there's like something further to say in the argument.
Yeah. So this is how I'd probably look at it, Abdulrahman, is that firstly is that I think Ibn Taymiyyah holds a position that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, all those attributes, so long as they do not contradict his nature. So it's necessary for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to have all the attributes, so long as it doesn't negate his nature. Is that correct? Am I?
Sorry, you're saying that's Ibn Taymiyyah's position? Yeah, Ibn Taymiyyah's position is that whatever is possible for Allah is necessary for Allah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as in all possible perfections are, necessarily like predicable of Allah, because.
So it's not an arbitrary limit. Basically, you don't have an arbitrary limit that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has. Could have this attribute, doesn't have the attribute. He would have the attribute.
Exactly.
The only
yeah,
reason why he wouldn't have the
yeah,
attribute is if it contradicts his nature.
Yes,
Like
because if it's an attribute of perfection, and he only possibly has it, or contingently has it, then he would be dependent on another for attaining a perfection or something. Right? So if it's an attribute of perfection, then God necessarily has it. There's no way around that. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that situation, then you would say that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala would have the attribute of being merciful, Ar-Rahman, and that this would be, if for Allah Subhanahu wa Taala not to have it would require an explanation, rather than having it wouldn't necessarily require an explanation, because he's a necessary being. He has all the attributes. There's no arbitrariness to the fact that he has only certain attributes as opposed to other attributes which he could have but he doesn't have. Yeah. The other thing is that to maybe argue the point, which is say, okay, when we talk about Allah Subhanahu wa Taala being Ar-Rahman and we're informed by this in the text, why assume that are contingent attributes in and of themselves anyway? Why can't they just be? We are being informed by the text further than the mind can maybe conclude upon, either that it is necessary to be Ar-Rahman. What do you think to that answer, Abdulrahman?
Yeah, I mean, it is necessary, of course, and there's questions about the nature of that necessity. So I see a question in the chat here. I don't know if it is the same brother who asked the question, but he's saying, if those properties are necessary, why can't we show that mercy is logically entailed by being a necessary being? The mistake is to assume that any metaphysical necessity must be rationally accessible by you or me, given a certain set of premises. It's why, like, it doesn't. You have access to enough in terms of what necessarily must be said about God. Maybe some things which are true about God you don't have access to, but they necessarily apply to God. They necessarily follow from His nature. Why do you have to derive that from your conception of a necessary being, like in some kind of like mathematical way or something? I don't see why we'd need that if that's what you meant.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, let's go to our. Hopefully that's dealt with that question. We've got loads of people in the back. Yeah, so we do apologize that if we can't get to everybody, because we have been going on for almost 2 hours now. We'll try our best to try and answer everybody's questions or concerns or contentions. Yeah. So, but just be aware that if you have just recently joined, you are one of about 7 people in the queue. Yeah. Okay. OMNM.
Omnum. Yeah, it's very easy.
I need more vowels, bro.
Yeah, it's my initials.
Okay, mashallah.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, guys. First of all, I just want to say I really enjoy your guys' content. I found you guys by accident from Hamza's Den. So, I was very, it was very nice to find you guys. You have very interesting stuff and topics you talk about, and I really enjoy listening to you guys. But before I ask my main question, I just have a quick question because I'm in Hadith and stuff. I want to know a little bit about the guys I learned from. So I just want to have a general understanding. What's your guys' educational backgrounds when it comes to Islam specifically and philosophy, for example, as well?
Yeah, so I think Abdulrahman went to an Islamic university and he translates. Yusuf, obviously, he did philosophy as a degree and he does various private studying. Myself, I've not done philosophy as a degree, but I've done various readings on the subject and also private study in Islamic sciences and various studies like ilm al-hadith as well. Yeah, ulum al-hadith, things like that. And same thing with Jake. He's also got a philosophy degree as well. So, yeah.
Okay, and just another question about you, Sharif, in particular, because I wasn't able to find do you have any personal channel or something for yourself?
No, I don't have a personal channel. It's hard enough doing this one, so I can't be doing another personal channel. It'd be too much, man.
Oh, okay, so there's no personal channel because I've seen I looked you up like an hour or so ago on YouTube. I found like a couple like of third-party lectures uploaded by I don't know honestly. Like there's a channel called Caliph or something. I'm not sure if I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
What
I've
was yours?
got there's various. What was interesting? I'll give you maybe a brief background. So, many ago, there weren't basically any Muslims that used to debate atheists. So in 2004, around about that time, I got invited to do a debate against an atheist, and that was the first time, particularly in Britain and the UK, and I think probably sort of the Western sort of. I'm not saying first time ever, but I'm saying first time like in the sort of 2000s onwards, where
Mhm.
we had Muslims debating atheists. So I came onto that scene in that situation and was one of the first to do these things. And then after that, alhamdulillah, inspired many brothers like Hamza Sortsis, Abdullah Andalusi, and others who have taken it to the next level now, become even more prominent in terms of this. So, that's sort of the part of the background of this. And I know, alhamdulillah, these brothers as well, Hamza and Abdullah and others involved in the dawah. So for many years, in fact. So that's generally the background. And some of the videos I never really uploaded. So I've actually done many debates over, a good 10, 15 years with various atheists or secularists on various topics. But I never had a camera of my own. I always used to let other people upload it. And Hamza Sources, I remember years ago, he said to me, he said, look, he says, you need to get your own camera and your own mic and not rely upon other brothers to upload. Because if you do that, you'll miss all your debates. So, alhamdulillah, I've not had many debates uploaded. I've done more, but, other brothers have had their debates uploaded. So it's all good, alhamdulillah.
Oh, that's nice. And also for Abdulrahman, does he have a personal channel where he uploads like other stuff as well, or is this just it through the tab or whatever?
I think with Abdulrahman, it's just tap at the moment.
Okay, and then my question has a little bit to do with let's say adaptation or like some form of evolution, like in Islam, which is something that I would like Sabur, for example, to address like specific because I know you guys had them on a few times. I just want to make sure like is Sabur doing any kind of like formal education as well on like biology and evolution and stuff or no?
Yeah, I think he's done like a master's or in philosophy of science and potentially biology, and I think he's doing a PhD as well at the moment. I don't know in terms of specifically biology because I'd have to ask him, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. So my question is, I think I'm not exactly sure because I'm a layman, let's say, but I think in the Islamic paradigm, is there such a? I think it's there has been, for example, a decrease in size and lifespan in human beings. Is that accurate to say?
I don't think you can say that necessarily. I know from an Islamic perspective, there's obviously the verses about Nuh alayhi salam, how he spent 950 years doing the da'wah, yeah. And there's a hadith about how Adam alayhi salam was 60 cubits in size, and then when he he then decreased in size, and human beings have been decreasing ever since. I don't know if you come across that particular hadith, yeah. But there's various explanations of that particular hadith, yeah. So some say that the decrease in size is imperfection, and it's to the fact that imperfection, the fact that you're not at that perfect height and status, continues today. Not that you're decreasing in height continues, are you getting shorter and shorter and shorter, but it's the fact that imperfection. So there's different sharh of that, and one of the sharh as well is the fact that 60 cubits of Adam alayhi salam, which was obviously very very tall, was in Jannah, yeah. So it wasn't upon earth, yeah, upon. And so in another similar narration, it talks about how when human beings go back to Jannah, believers go back to Jannah, will become that height again, because that's our natural height, our natural perfect state when we're in Jannah, to be that size, yeah. So it's referring to that, and I think that's probably the best explanation for it.
All right. And just another quick question. When it comes, it's just a general question about, like, let's say atheists. There's, like, the position where, like, you're a determinist and hard determinism and whatever. So my question is, because I don't know much about this, it's just a general question. You might have answered this before, or it's maybe like a common answer for this question. But I'm asking, is it possible to be a determinist and be an atheist? Like, how would you explain the determinism? You see, like, what's their bedrock? Like, okay, something has to have determined everything, or do they believe there was a random event at the beginning and then everything from that is determined because of that first random event? Like, is it possible to intellectually justify atheism while still being a determinist?
So there's different positions that determinists may take. So, for example, a determinist might say, one random event at the beginning, and then everything else was deterministic, or they may say it's an infinite regress. So there's just every event is explained to a prior event, which is explained by a prior event, and it just goes on forever. There's no beginning in that chain.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, so this is my point. I think, like, the infinite regress we think is like impossible, let's say, and as well the fact that how is it possible that a random event then begets, like, a determined and non-random sequence of events like this? So I'm saying, is there any explanation other than having these two let's say impossible justifications, other than saying it's either a random event or an infinite regress, which we think both of them are impossible to begin with? Is there any other kind of explanation they have?
Yeah, so when we talk about infinite regress, there's two types where people might talk about. One is causal finitism, so a series of causes that has a beginning, and there's another one which is basically an actual infinite. Yeah, so so you could be somebody who believes that a series of causes is in the beginning. Yeah, a series of efficient causes needs to have a beginning, but you could also believe in an actual infinite of things. Yeah, so I'm sure Abdulrahman will, can potentially explain that more in further detail. Or you could be a person who says, no, I actually don't believe an infinite number of discrete events could even exist in and of itself. Yeah, that's by the by, because at the end of the day, a series of causes has, generally is what people are arguing for when they say it has to have a beginning. In terms of are these the only two options, an indeterminate event that occurred or a infinite regress? I suppose you could say that those are probably the only two things that I think are seriously taken. There is, like, a necessary foundation which doesn't have a mind, but then they'd have still a problem with saying, well, how did this necessary thing create, or why did it necessary do it by its own nature of necessity, so it necessarily created? But then some people who hold that view could still argue, well, that's still an idea of will and see. Or others would say, well, does that make the universe necessary as well? So then there's an issue in regards to that. And so I think those are probably the 2-3 options that are open to atheists. I don't know if Abdulrahman can think of any other options. If Abdulrahman can speak.
I think Abdulrahman's still crying, yeah? It's okay.
Yeah, he's very busy.
I was just, like, a bit all over the place. I can speak, but I'll need, like, a very brief summary because I was also sort of listening. So you don't say everything. Yeah.
So OMNM, he was basically asking the question. Omnim was basically asking the question: is that what are the options open for an atheist? Is it just infinite regress or an indeterminate random act? Is there
Which I think
else?
both of them are irrational to begin with. If you're I'm saying if you're a determinist and then you say you either have an infinite regress or a random event in the beginning, but everything else is determined. So, like, it's a special pleading case or whatever. Yeah. So I think both of these positions are honestly irrational. Like, I couldn't like rationally, like, stick to them over theism. So, like, do they have any other, like, proper explanations or something other than these two options?
Yeah, if you mean by options, options that are correct, I don't think they have any. But if you mean like, I mean, what might be consistent with a position like determinism, and specifically atheistic determinism, because there's like theistic determinism, which is a different story. But I don't think it necessarily follows from determinism that an atheist must say that there's an infinite regress, unless I'm mistaken, because I mean that needs to be combined with a causal principle of some sort. It's going to be related to like the metaphysics of time, you know, whether there could be like an eternal state where I mean, well, things deterministically following from that is going to be very tricky. It's like going to be similar to the discussions we have about the relationship of God and time, right? But so think of like Alpi's position where he says there's an initial state that's necessary. I don't know if you could say that everything would deterministically follow from that without giving any like qualifiers on what kind of like you know, time you're working with here. But generally speaking, I mean, I think the options are many. They're not going to be very different from a theist's options when you're just examining the logical structure of like, you know, cause, effect, and beginnings, right? But the deeper questions are the ones that are going to determine you know, the falsity of their position, I think. So I don't think it's only about like the determinism question.
Yeah, I agree. It's not just about the determining question. I think there are pretty much two general options. Either you've got some sort of infinite regress of causes, or you've got an indeterminate act that's not mind-based. I think, Abdulrahman, I don't know if there's any other potential options, as in like the explanation behind it. You got like maybe some sort of...
And maybe you're including within the infinite regress like a cyclical universe or something. Maybe that would be...
I would include that, yeah. Cycle, yeah. So a cycle would be one, an infinite chain which doesn't come back on itself, and then you've got an indeterminate necessary being, then you've got probably an indeterminate contingent being. I think those are
I think you're right. I think so I think those are the options.
And Omni, just to understand how the atheists sort of argue against theism, is what they try to do is they try to say, okay, you deny this particular premise. We're going to demonstrate how your denial of this premise or denial of this particular proposition is incorrect or is unjustified. It's not even incorrect. They're not going to say it's incorrect. They're just going to say you can't justify why you would reject it. So they would try to say you can't justify why you would reject a series of causes cannot go on forever, why it has to have a beginning. So that's their argument. They're never arguing the more complex philosophical atheists. They're not arguing the fact that their position is correct. They're just simply trying to argue that their position is possible, and you have no argument to negate them. Yeah, so that's generally how they operate.
All right, and I just have one small comment before I leave. Are you guys familiar with Firas Zahabi?
Yeah.
He's okay. So basically, there's this guy who came on one of your shows. I'm not exactly sure where I saw him, on Hamza's Dam or whatever, or maybe it was on Tap. He was saying something ridiculous like you can't describe God as one because when Allah says in the Quran, "Qul huwallahu ahad," you know, like He is one or whatever. It's a ridiculous claim. But my point is, for example, Firas Zahabi, in one of his live streams, because he does many like AMAs on YouTube almost every week, and he answers like philosophical questions, and he touched on this topic about objectivity and stuff. And so he said, like, for example, when Allah said in the Quran, "Qul huwallahu ahad," the ahad here, okay, it's like it could be understood as He is one, like numerically, He's not like a trinity, like what the guy was saying on your podcast. You can't understand the number one, but he said it also means He is like God is objective. When He describes Himself as one, it means He exists objectively, different to any other existence we have. That's like something that Firas was explaining in one of his podcasts. Like, you know, if you have the concept of a divine knife, he explained, for example, if you have only one knife in the world, everything you would say about this knife is objective. And the same thing about Allah, for example, when he says Qul Huwallahu Ahad, he is saying he is objective in that sense, and everything else is subjective. It's like as a consequence of Allah's actions, something along those lines. So I just want to share this point, and maybe if you guys have been, are you like?
I think I remember now. It was to do with Terry. Terry, who's a Christian.
Yeah, I didn't want to say his name. I didn't want to say his name, to be honest.
But he's a bit strange in his.
Yes,
you know,
yes,
he's
yes.
Not he's not taken seriously. His own Christianity. When somebody has his own Christianity and contradicts his own tradition, you've got to be thinking, well, it's a bit. But yeah, he was trying to say that the idea of numbers is something created, and so therefore you can't say that God is one because you're saying God is some created thing. Yeah, but I think he said this on Hamza's Den as well, and I think
he
there's
said it on both. Yeah, he said it on both of them.
Yeah, Sheikh Muhammad, he dealt with the point anyway. But and also here, when he said it here, I think Jake mentioned the discussion with him. Just basically, we don't accept that premise of the argument.
Yeah, it's something. It's very we don't accept it in general. It doesn't make sense. Or you can't describe God with a number. I mean, that's not the point. But my point is here. I wanted to point.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
I just wanted to point out this topic in particular. Faraz Zabi spoke about it. He said when he says Ahad, it means God exists objectively in a way that is completely different than anything else around us. For example, let's say he exists. He's anything that
unique.
is
unique.
Yeah, uniquely. Yeah, Ahad. It's an objective existence. There's nothing like it. There isn't a second or a third. So it's not like human beings where there's millions, billions of us or whatever, something along those lines. So if you guys are familiar with this explanation or something, I don't know. I just want to bring it up. Maybe you guys,
we'll have a look at that, inshallah.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I enjoy your content very much. So
no problem. Jazakallah. Take it, bro. Salam on him.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay, we got Lemonade Man.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing, Lemonade Man?
Hey, I found your podcast through Khalil.
Oh, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. That's good. Lemonade, are you Muslim, non-Muslim?
No, I'm an atheist, ex-Muslim.
Oh, atheist. Okay, then, cool.
Yeah. So, with Khalil, I wanted to talk about the existence of God and contingency argument and all that stuff. So I've already had a few conversations with Khalil. So I just want to talk about stage 2 contingency arguments.
Okay. So what was the stage 1 contingency argument do you agree with?
I don't think there's any way out of a necessary being. I'm certain there's a necessary being, but I'm still not convinced.
Yeah. No, I understand. But the reason why I asked about stage 1 first is because some of the points in stage 2 hinges upon some acceptance of certain premises to the argument that led you to stage 1 as well. So that's the reason why I'm asking.
I believe that everything in this world is contingent, and then everything that is contingent has has an outside explanation of its existence, and then the whole set. Yeah. Because if you take the universe, it's a whole set of contingent things, so it has to have an outside explanation. Okay. So that makes sense, right?
Yeah. So you agree. So basically what you're saying is that things that are... How would you identify some things contingent, just out of interest?
There's I actually get confused about that. Because some people use conceptual. They say if you can conceptually imagine... if I have a shoe, if I can conceptually imagine a shoe in a different way, different properties, then it's contingent. Yeah. But some people, they don't use conceptual. They say through empiricism, because physical things, we have empirical observation that we can move them around, we can break them. So I mean, through both, I guess through both paths, I agree that these things are contingent. I mean, how would you use the argument?
You're right. There are different ways to understand, contingency. But if we accept, even if we don't go into, but if we accept this idea of conceivability, if you accept it, yeah, I'm not saying just for the sake of the argument, I'm just saying if you accept it as a position, then I think we can then move on to a discussion about stage 2. So if something could potentially be another way, and it requires an explanation as to why it's one way as opposed to another way, then then we would say that that thing is dependent. Yeah, we could argue it in that way. Yeah, some sort of physical thing that has a defined shape or defined set of parameters, a defined attributes, a certain amount, not unlimited. Could be more, could be less. Then I think in that situation, then yeah, we're going to ask the question: what's it dependent upon? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So because of this limits thing, like I even agree with this arbitrary limits thing. Like if it has power, then it makes more sense that it has unlimited power and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But like my only issue is like free will, because I feel like if the thing is like when I think of a necessary being, what I'm thinking of is that this thing has properties, but like how do you explain why it has those properties? Like is it correct to say, for example, if it has power, then is it correct to say that it has power for like no reason at all?
Yeah, but you're not saying when we're saying that it has power, you're not saying it's for no reason at all. You're basically saying it's the nature of something that's necessary that it has to have power. Because if it didn't have power, then by definition it wouldn't be necessary. It would be dependent, because then it would be dependent upon something else to give it the ability to cause contingent things.
I guess like power, it needs power because we exist, right? Like contingent things exist, then yeah, it needs power. But does the existence of the universe itself explain why it has power? Like the way I'm thinking of it is like if you imagine there's like let's say an eternal flame, right?
Yeah.
So that would mean there's an eternal fuel, right?
Yeah.
But the fuel explains the fire, but like is it correct to say that the fire explains why the fuel exists in the first place?
Yeah, so what we're doing is when we're coming to these rational arguments, one of the ways that we're doing it is we're doing like some sort of abductive process. We're looking for a best explanation. What explains contingent reality in the best possible way? Yes, it's one angle to the argument. Yeah, there are obviously you can have deductive arguments as well, but we're just going to use this from a point of view of abductive arguments. So we're saying, okay, we've got these things which are limited, dependent, they can therefore contingent. The reason why they're contingent is because they conceivably could have been another way. Yeah. Conceivability in this sense, we may limit it to attributes and physicality, and it could be greater or smaller, etc. Yeah, or more powerful, less powerful. So if it's got these set parameters, then what explanation? Well, you and I agree that the best explanation is there has to be something, at least one thing that's independent. Yeah. So that one thing that's independent, is the explanation, or another way to say it, is a cause of these limited dependent things. Yeah. So the fact that it's a cause of these limited dependent things means, by implication, it has to have the ability to do so, and ability is sort of synonymous to power.
Like no, I agree that power is necessary for the existence of contingent things, but like I don't understand why it needs to have it in the first. Like why did it have it? Why did it have power in the first place?
Yeah, but Lemonade, it's like if I can maybe understand your question or your contention, I think what you're trying to say is, well, why did we have to have God in the first place? Could that
yeah, like for me, like the way I think of it is like even if God exists, it for me doesn't like answer the question of why there's something rather than nothing. Because for me, like God is also something.
Well, God or necessary being, why does a necessary being have to exist?
Yeah, like
Is that
why?
forget about you
Yeah,
use the word God. Let's just say use the word necessary being. Why does a necessary being
yeah,
have to exist? Yeah.
yeah,
So this necessary being doesn't have to have a mind or a will. It's just something that's eternal. Why does something have to be eternal, have to exist? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. So the point here is this: is that we're not asking the question. We're not coming to this conclusion because of some sort of conceptual analysis of does there have to be something necessary from the point of view of a necessary thing. What we're saying is from what we observe. So what we observe is limited, contingent, dependent things. So we need an
yeah,
explanation for that. And then that leads us to the conclusion that they're independent being. So if we didn't have that evidence, that evidence before us of contingent things, then we couldn't necessarily use that argument. We'd have to use other arguments to come to the conclusion of something that's eternal. So we're saying we just simply, in this context, all we're saying in the stage one argument is we're just simply saying from our observation of things around us and our conceptual analysis, we come to the conclusion that there has to be at least one thing that's independent, eternal, and that was the cause, ultimately the cause of limited dependent things. Yeah.
yeah. I agree with that.
Right.
Um,
So the path, the evidence for that is contingent things. And so similarly,
yeah,
the evidence for power is contingent things, because the fact that contingent things themselves don't have their own power to make themselves into existence, they need an explanation outside of itself. It means that there must be something outside of itself that had the power to bring itself into existence. Yeah.
yeah.
So the question then
Uh,
becomes, well, is that sorry, go on, Lemonade.
no, just you can finish. Then I'll.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, then is that power arbitrary? Like, does it have 99 power? Does it have 97 power? Or is it unlimited power?
Yeah, I agree. It would be unlimited.
Okay. So I'm just saying is that just from our observation of contingent things, we lead to a conclusion that one eternal thing that's independent, yeah, and that has unlimited power, yeah,
Yeah,
non-arbitrary limited power is probably a better way to say it. Yeah. So that's
yeah,
what we're going to that's and we've got, and now you can see that we've got justification for that conclusion. So the next question would be is so yeah, so the next question would be then, does this thing that has power, which is unlimited, does it have conscious, does it have the ability to think? Does it have the power to choose?
yeah. So that's my issue. So thing is, if it's necessary and it's self-sustaining, right? Like even
Yeah.
its power, it comes from within itself. So like I was listening to your previous conversations with the other guests, and I don't remember who, but one guy, he said that the atheist has two options: either it's infinite regress or it's an indeterminate cause, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I don't see a problem with, like, I'm against infinite regress. I don't agree with it, but I don't see a problem with indeterminate cause, because thing is, if it's self-sustaining, right, it has knowledge. No, not even knowledge, because if it has no consciousness, it doesn't need knowledge. But let's say it has power, then I don't see why, out of its self-sustenance, like for no reason at all, why it wouldn't just already be applying its power. Do you
Yeah.
get it,
So
or was I like?
I think I understand, but let me try and we've actually done a whole stream on this, by the way, about from
Yeah, I
why do
listened to it. I
unnecessary
listened
being
to
to
it.
God. So
Yeah,
one of the arguments was to say this, is say, look, and it's I'm tentative in using this argument, but I'm going to use it anyway, is to say, look, if you've got a necessary being that doesn't have consciousness, it means you're limiting the power of this necessary being, because you've said it's unlimited in its power. So one of the capacities of power is to have the ability to be consciously aware and choose.
the way I see it is, like I see power levels, right? So like if it has like 5 power or 10 power, it's arbitrary. So like you just remove the limits and it's unlimited. But like the difference between free will, having consciousness, and being deterministic, like it sounds like different categories. It doesn't seem like deterministic is limited free will, and then you remove the limit, it becomes like conscious. I feel like they're completely different categories. So only for this property, I feel like this arbitrary limitations, it doesn't really apply.
So let me argue that. Let me make the point this way. So what you're saying is that you've got a necessary eternal thing that necessitates the existence of contingent things.
Yeah.
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 Right. But you still got this problem with the fact that you have, if you deny an infinite regress, then you'd have to say that there was a point, where there was a necessary being and no creation, or no contingent things, and then the being and then those contingent things, meaning that you had an eternal cause, but you still had a temporal effect.
Yeah, this is the part that it hurts my head. Like I'll try to explain how I try to compare the two positions. And thing is, like, if you're asking like a general question that if there's an eternal cause and already the conditions are sufficient, then the effect would be eternal. But the thing is, like, when I normally hear the word eternal, the way I think of it is like it's always in time. But thing is, like, with necessary being, it's a timeless being, right? Like the effect is the creation of time. So I don't see, even if it was eternal, I don't see how it would be like temporally eternal.
Let me try.
You get it?
Because what's the brother's name? Lemonade. Okay, Lemonade Man.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think there are a lot of like moving pieces to like the points you're bringing up. If I were to pinpoint like the main issue, I think it's how you depend on conceivability to make claims about.
Sorry, are you are you whispering or like I can't?
I'm just recovering from being sick, so
Oh, okay.
Just a bit limited.
Guys, please avoid.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can you hear me better right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I think one of the issues is how you rely on conceivability to inform, your metaphysics or, your ontology, and I think that's a very common practice, right? Regardless of whether it's right or wrong. But because you see, your initial question was about why power, right? Like, why is there this thing called power? Sorry, and the motive behind that question seems to be that hey, look, I can conceive of this reality where there's a being but no power, or where there's no being and no power, or there is a being with power but without other attributes, and on that basis your metaphysical picture, metaphysical account of the necessary being is incomplete, right? So the problem is jumping from there to the idea that in order to believe that the necessary being, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, exists, that account must be provided. I don't. You can say that, hey, well, I want to know why. That's okay, and you may or may not find the answer. I think it's quite a task to try to provide a metaphysical account of God's necessity. Into those finer details, even religiously speaking, like theologically, the kun of Allah, the essence of Allah, is something that's just beyond us, So, but then you can have that question, let's say, right, out of curiosity. But then I think it will be reasonable to separate it from the other question of whether you know that there must exist a self-sufficient being who is the creator of the world. So if we separate those two, then I think that it becomes just more clear. And something else that needs clarity is what is meant by necessity, and how that's going to be expressed. The modal terms like necessity and possibility are often very tricky in these discussions. Sometimes people use it the way I hear. It's as if they're speaking about the kind of necessity that if you denied the proposition, you'd have a explicit contradiction, like a P and not P. I don't see why you would require that in order to establish some kind of like metaphysical necessity. So let's look at Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, who I keep bringing up these days. Ibn Taymiyyah would say that, from the fact that things are originated, they emerge, things occur in the world, you see them happening, right? They occur through like a series of like causal events. These happenings require something else to make them happen, right? So something that comes into being requires something. So there's a need here, right? There's a need for something external to the object to bring the object into being. It's dependent upon it. And here he explores the meaning of possibility, where he's like, this being that comes into being is merely possible in the sense that its existence or non-existence is dependent upon factors that are outside of its own essence, right? In that sense, its existence is not necessary. It will have to exist through another. But the fact that there is a chain and that there are happenings, there are occurrences, there is like temporality, means, this part, there are separate arguments for that we can just skip over for now. This means that there is a either ultimate or first, whatever you want to call it, because Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't have a problem with all kinds of reasons. There is a first self-sufficient necessary being, and by necessary here he means, well, if he necessarily always existed, because he couldn't just come out of nowhere, then his essence, his nature is sufficient for his existence. He relies on nothing but himself for his existence. He relies on the contingent thing, because then his existence wouldn't be necessary. And I mean, the reason that is the case is because he always existed. There was no causal force that brought him into existence, right? You have a sufficient picture, right? I mean, at least at this like surface level of like just arriving at the concept of necessary being. And then of course he goes further. But the questions you're asking is digging at a deeper metaphysical level that I think, they can be valid questions to ask. But provided, I think, from my perspective, provided you're clear on the fact that, that other part is established, it's, rationally grounded. And this other question is just a matter of, I don't know, like curiosity, because your lack of knowledge about, what would have happened in another world, or, the deepest metaphysical secrets. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Lemonade accepts the first stage of the contingency argument, but he's still an atheist. He denies the second stage of the contingency argument.
I was going to say that I'm fine with Abdul is saying that there's two different things I'm looking into, right? Like, why does this thing exist in the first place, and why does it need a mind? But I'm fine with putting the other question to the side, like why does he have power and all this stuff. I'm fine with putting it to the side.
You're fine with accepting that this necessary being has power.
Yeah,
but you're just not fine with accepting that a necessary being has a will.
Yeah, because thing is, the reason I asked,
in what sense? Can you elaborate? Because why does it exist can be asked in many ways. I mean, because if you're talking about a being that always existed, why does it exist? In a certain sense, is a meaningless question. Because if you're asking it in like a causal sense, because I mean, there was no causal process. This being always existed. But if you're asking at another level, then that would need.
So from my understanding, Abdulrahman, he agrees that there's one thing that's necessary, that in eternal doesn't exist within a causal
basically, I
space.
agree
It's
with
not,
everything about a God except consciousness, like everything else.
yeah. And he
Okay, so
accepts
the
the idea of
PowerPoint was just
conceivability. He also accepts that an infinite regress is not a good
Is
explanation.
impossible, yeah.
Is impossible.
And is your question about consciousness related to what you were saying about power?
Yeah, the reason I asked it, because if the question of why it has specific attributes isn't answered, then you can't, I feel like you can't really argue for for it having consciousness. So that's why I brought it up. But like I get I understand that you have some objections that, like Sharif brought out some objections that if it doesn't have a consciousness, then the effect would be eternal. What did you think of my response to that?
But firstly, I want to understand the first part you said, because maybe it's relevant. I know you want to go to that question, but then just real quickly,
okay.
Why can't I know? Like, why can't I communicate like over a phone, let's say, with a being that's in another dimension or galaxy or something, and somehow know that they're conscious without knowing some of their other properties, or knowing how know how to confirm that they have those other properties? So why can't you know the consciousness independently of those other attributes?
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm really sorry. I got lost. Can you repeat the question? Really
It's
sorry.
okay. That's probably me. Okay, so you said that if you think that if you can't know this, the why he has specific attributes, you can't know the consciousness. I'm just wondering why. Like, why can't I know that is consciousness independently from my knowledge of like other specific attributes?
Oh, you're asking how do I conclude that you guys have consciousness?
Maybe I heard you wrong. I thought you said that if you didn't know how the being has specific attributes, then you couldn't know that he is conscious. Am I right?
For a necessary being,
Doesn't make a difference what the being is.
So lemonade. What Abdulrahman is asking, he's sort of saying that you're saying, well, I need an explanation as to why such and such thing has an attribute, and if I don't have an explanation for such and such thing having a particular attribute, I can't believe it has the attribute. Now Abdulrahman is saying, well, why do I need an explanation as to why it has the attribute? Because that's not how we conclude that an attribute exists in a thing. We would approach it in a different way. And so he's just giving a hypothetical scenario that you've got some creatures from a different dimension, you're communicating with them. Now, you're not going to know how they got the attribute of being able to have conscious thought, but you're going to conclude that they're going to have consciousness. Is that correct, Abdulrahman?
Well,
yes, I think so.
In regular life, I just see if something is a biological organism. So because of that, I concluded.
But in Abdulrahman, I was going to say in Abdulrahman's example, he's in different dimension. You're not going to be able to look at whether it's biological or not.
Am I different?
Or you can say different galaxy. You can say different galaxy.
No, but am I talking to them, or how do I know that?
I mean, you might conclude. So if we had a way to communicate with aliens, we would infer from the fact that they're conscious that you'd say, okay, then they must be biological beings. Yes, okay, you can do that, but then the fact that their consciousness is something that you can independently come to the conclusion, right?
If I'm talking to, if I'm communicating with them, then yeah, because the thing is we only communicate with biological entities, right? So it's like induction, I guess.
Yeah. And your concern about stage 2 is that you don't think you can know that the necessary being has a mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Like, just maybe if you can elaborate a bit. I just don't want to speak in a vacuum. Maybe arguments you're more convinced with than others, or whatever. Can you just explain why you're not convinced whatsoever, or what your position is, if you're an agnostic, or if you're maybe like a
Yeah, I just
philosophical naturalist or of some sort?
Naturalist. I don't like. Is naturalist synonymous with materialism? Because then I'm not a
No,
naturalist.
so let's say the kind of naturalism that like would say that the ultimate reality is just fundamentally just unconscious and unguided, like teleologically in a sense. So just to simplify it, there's a necessary being, the first cause, with no consciousness.
Yeah.
Let's put that as naturalism, right?
Yeah.
Is that your position, or
Yeah, like it's just yeah, like think of it as just like just a deterministic event, like the necessary
that's what
thing
you
is
think,
just
or is it just something you're entertaining?
these are the only two choices I see. Like one is consciousness, God, and the other is this one. But I feel like there's no reason to choose one over the other.
Okay, so you're just agnostic between two, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken a look at arguments that try to argue for the theistic hypothesis over the naturalistic one?
Like I've seen your videos, but like I don't like read a lot of, because the papers
That's okay.
they
I'm
get
not
like
talking
too
about reading.
abstract.
I'm just saying, just hearing or whatever.
Yeah. I've seen the video that Sharif mentioned, the 4 arguments for why a necessary being has to have a consciousness. I feel like I have objections to them. So yeah, I'm just testing them out.
Okay, so how about what he mentioned about the eternal cause and the eternal effect thing? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so the reason it's a bit like fuzzy to me is because when you usually say eternal, the way I understand it is that it applies to time. Like if something's eternal, it's been in time like forever. But if you're talking about a necessary being, then it's a timeless thing, and the effect is to create time. And if infinite regress is impossible, then I feel like it wouldn't be eternal. Like
Okay,
it's
so
impossible.
let's assume it's a being that's always been in time. Okay, so I mean because it doesn't necessarily follow from like the hypothesis of a necessary being that being must be timeless. That is a particular position.
If it's already in time, then I don't know. Like, wouldn't that be like again infinite regress? Like it would be in time forever. Then like that whole infinite regress of temporal events thing.
Possibly, but it depends on what like kind of regress it is, first of all, and what model of like time you would prefer. Think of the naturalistic hypothesis that you would prefer or that you're considering. I mean, so what kind of like naturalistic universe would you picture? What kind of beginning would you picture in relation to this question of like time and regress? Like what would have happened?
Just like a big bang coming out of like caused by an immaterial necessary thing. I don't know.
There's an immaterial. So you believe there's an immaterial necessary thing?
Yeah. Like I said, I believe in like almost monotheism, except the consciousness part. I believe. Let's say you can call it like an immaterial generator or something. I feel like there's no, like it's just as viable as God.
Okay, and you're so now I get it better. So now your objection with Sharif's point is that you think that the immaterial necessary thing right now is going to be eternal in the sense that it's just has no relation to time whatsoever, or is it that it's
relation to time? No, it wouldn't be, because okay, is the definition of time measure of change fine? Like I see it as measure of change.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like if it exists by itself, then it wouldn't be in time, right? Unless it creates unless the universe is.
Provided you have one, it's okay if you don't have one. Where like your where you last landed on this question is that there's a non-material necessary being who caused the Big Bang. That's what generally you would prefer, right?
Yeah.
But then you said you have a particular view of eternality in relation to time. Can you explain how that view would apply to this specific necessary being you're talking about?
Eternality.
So is it eternal? Is the immaterial necessary being eternal?
Okay, the way I would see it is that it's timelessly eternal, but then like after the generation of the Big Bang or like the universe, then I don't know, like I'm not sure what to call it. Like intuitively, I guess it makes sense. Then it's part of time now. I actually don't know how to look at it.
Yeah, that's fine, but because I get the confusion. Sorry, is initially because you said that for you, you see eternality as something like always being in time, but then that doesn't really go with what you're saying about the timeless being, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, no. You're talking regarding the objection, right? The always eternal effect.
Yes.
Yeah. Thing is, it's really hard to like wrap. Like even I don't have.
Let me explain for you, Lemonade. Let me explain for you. So Lemonade basically, Abdulrahman, Lemonade is basically trying to say that time began at the moment of the creation of contingent things. So therefore, by definition, he's trying to say there was no moment of time that creation or dependent contingent things did not exist.
Wait, am I saying this or is Abdul?
But I don't think.
No, you're saying this,
Sharif, because he accepts that. That's the confusion though, because his objection to your argument would tell me otherwise. But then it seems the position he accepts is that there's a immaterial, timeless being who basically initiated the Big Bang or created the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So
I would say it is.
Maybe elaborate a bit.
Yeah, I would say thing is like if before time, it's really hard to like speak about it intuitively because like I imagine if let's say if it was a god, right? Then like even if it's a god, I don't know how to like go about it. Like did God exist without time and then he waited? Like does he wait to create or is it like no waiting? It's like
but really... yeah, I understand. Of course, conceptually, it's just very difficult. I agree, but think of it this way, based on what Sharif was saying. So, think of the whole like the effect always existing thing. Like, I mean, couldn't the effect also be eternal? If you were talking about something that just necessarily follows from...
The thing is if we've established that infinite regress is impossible, then like we can't really say that it would be eternal, right?
Okay, good. So that's the thing. So right now you have a temporal effect, right? So you have a temporal effect, and you have a being that initiated that temporal effect. Now, I think Sharif's argument would be relevant here because if that initiation, whatever causal process or whatever happened there, if it was just like just necessarily there, it wouldn't you wouldn't really have this. It would just be the effect would just be always there, right? It's just difficult to see how you'd have.
So Lemonade, Abdulrahman, maybe this will help. So Lemonade, think about modal logic. Think about possible worlds. Yeah. So you've got a world in which only the necessary being exists, which you agree. There was a world where only the necessary being exists. And then you have a world in which a necessary being exists and also contingent things exist. Now, if a necessary being is necessitated to create, and by the way, that's a possibility. So you can have a possibility of only a necessary being, and you have a possibility of a necessary being and contingent beings. You agree, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, if you hold on to the view that a necessary being is by necessity created, means you can't have a possible world in which there's only a necessary being. There has to be, in all possible worlds, there has to be a necessary being and contingent beings.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that in my view, it would be impossible for there to be only the necessary being, right? Like that would be an impossibility.
Well, but you're trying to affirm two things. You're trying to affirm that yes, we have eternal cause, but at the same time we have a temporal effect. Yeah, contingent things.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to have a possible world in which you have a necessary being without contingent things, but also you can have contingent beings and a necessary being and contingent things. Am I correct, Abdulrahman? Abdul, you there? Sorry, you're probably busy.
Well,
I just need a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just so my position, I feel that this is a problem that because it's necessitarianism, right? You can't have a world where in my position there won't be like a necessary being without any contingent beings. But thing is, the reason I can't hold to the other position as well is because even that position, I feel like there's problems because like God, if he like how does he decide? Like I mean if he doesn't decide, right, then is he still in time, or because he has to wait for an eternity, right?
No, but that's a separate question. That's a separate issue. The issue initially that we're trying to get to is, can you have a situation where you have an eternal cause and a temporal effect? Now, your contention to this was say, well, we need to think about time because before the universe there was. So, in essence, the effect is, there was no because the effect is now time. There was no time without this effect. That's what you're trying to argue, yeah, through a view of time. Now, what you've also now accepted, it seems like, is that if we changed it, and we're not talking about time now, we're just talking about possible worlds, then we have a situation where you would agree that there is a possible world in which the necessary being exists without contingent things, and that there's a necessary being that exists with contingent beings. You agree that that's the possibility?
Possibility in like a conceptual sense, or because then there's this question as well. Like in the conceptual sense, yeah.
Well, if you say it's in a conceptual sense, if you're a necessitarian, you'd have to say no, that's an impossibility. There would only be one state of affairs, which is a necessary being and with contingent things.
Wait, what is? I don't know. Like, isn't conceptual? Doesn't it just mean like you imagine it? Like, I can still imagine that the necessary being it doesn't have the power.
So when we're talking about in this particular context, the example that I'm trying to give you, or the sort of way to think about this is, all I'm trying to say is that, look, if you believe you're a necessitarian, yeah, then you are committed to only one possibility, yeah, and that possibility is a universe with a necessary being and contingent and an contingent beings.
Okay, Sharif, how long have I been here? I feel like I'm going to like I need to like digest.
We're getting somewhere, though. I think we're getting somewhere. But if you're tired and you want to keep it,
I feel like because
I think.
Sharif, can you very briefly repeat your point? Because I just got back to it. Just very briefly.
What's that? Sorry, Abdulrahman, you want to jump in?
Just very briefly. Can you very briefly repeat your point? Because I just got back right now to the.
Oh, right. I think Lemonade has to go, but I think the point that I'm trying to explain to Lemonade is that he accepts that you can't have an infinite regress. So it means that he accepts that you can't have contingent beings that always exist. Yeah, it means that they exist in all possible worlds. That there will be worlds that they cannot exist in, or there'll be worlds where they don't exist because an infinite regress of contingent things cannot be eternal. Yeah, so he accepts that. So he accepts that there is an impossibility of contingent things existing in all possible worlds. Yeah, as a necessity. He also accepts the fact that a necessary being exists, but he then wants to affirm a necessary being necessitates contingent things. So I'm saying That is a contradiction. That's a logical contradiction, because he's having to affirm both a necessary being and contingent beings existable worlds, and then also at the same time saying, but contingent beings cannot exist in all possible worlds because an infinite regress is impossible.
I think it's because I think it's because of my understanding of conceptual, like what is a possible world. Because for me, I don't see a contradiction between like believing that okay, the necessary being necessitates its effect, but I can still conceive of the necessary being not having any effect. So like, is this the contradiction for you?
No. Eliminate the contradiction. Maybe Abdulrahman can confirm this. Contradiction seems to be the fact that you are affirming the fact that an infinite regress is impossible. There has to be a state of affairs in reality where contingent things do not exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, you want to a necessary being necessitates contingent things.
But on a conceptual level.
No, I'm saying this is what you said originally.
No, I said it's possible, right? Like when you ask, sorry, Abdul, go on. Yeah.
So, Abdulrahman, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So if you think that contingent things, that they must have existed in the sense that there couldn't be any moment of time or state of existence where no contingent being existed, then yeah, what you're saying would be a problem. So I mean, is that what you're saying? Like, what's your position on the necessity or lack thereof of contingent things in general?
Lack of contingent things, like.
Do you think necessarily something contingent must have existed, or are you agnostic about that, or like what's your position?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I'm agnostic about that. But if you're asking about is it possible, then. But guys, honestly, like this is going over my head. Like I think I'll have to.
We can
digest what you guys said.
It's fine.
Yeah. Like I'll rewatch this conversation and like it's it's like hurting my head.
It's fine. But just the last thing to say that you see for me, an argument like that proves like any particular conclusion that I hold to. Like any particular argument is not. I can't like say that it's going to be the argument that's the most suitable for a specific question or not in a vacuum. The reason I was asking you questions is because it just depends on where you're coming from. There are many arguments and many reasons to believe like what I see as the obvious truth of the creator of the world having an intention, a purpose in creating the world, being intelligent necessarily in order to create the world. And also that that being is going to hold us morally accountable, given some of our moral intuitions and whatnot. I think there are many reasons. I think there are some basic.
Yeah.
But pondering on the world.
Abdulrahman, you've gone really low.
Yeah, something that's like a knocking sound.
Yeah, sorry, Abdulrahman. I think there's some sound. But Lemonade, I think, I think Abdulrahman made his point. I think, inshallah.
Yeah, it's fine. But before I
have a re-listen to this discussion, I think there's lots of different arguments that we come with when it comes to the issue of concluding that a necessary being has a mind. Yeah, has the ability to intend to create. There's not just one particular argument that we use. But I think your problem that you've got, Lemonade, is you initially said that you had the necessary being that necessitation, and then I said, well, what about this eternal effect and temporal cause? So temporal effect and eternal cause, and you said, yeah, but you got this issue about time beginning. And then I said, well, okay, think about it in a modal sense, yeah, because on the one hand, you're affirming the fact that an infinite regress is impossible. And then on the other hand, you're saying that this necessary being necessitated. Now, if you're saying, well, I don't necessarily have to believe in that, well, you're saying, well, yeah, you can't believe those two things together. I think you've got a problem with us of that. But have a think about it. And if you want to come on next time, we have next stream, we can do.
Can you guys see now?
Was that Abdulrahman?
sorry?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Lemonade. If you're on social media like Twitter or Clubhouse, message me because I think you're reasonable and I like talking to reasonable people. So, are you? If you have me on Twitter, you can find my Twitter somewhere here on the channel. I think in the description
Okay.
of the videos and stuff.
Yeah,
like
sure,
that.
sure. But
Okay.
before I go, can I like ask one more question? Like, it's just a small.
Yeah,
I just
sure,
want to. I'm interested. Like sometimes when I'm reading these arguments, right, like watching these videos and everything, I get like really frustrated. Like they get like really abstract, and I feel like it doesn't make sense. Like, why do you need to go like so far just to like discover God? And well, Islam is supposed to be like for like everyone, right? So like I don't really
I agree,
get it.
Lemonade. That's exactly what I was saying. Like it's part of the reason for why I was saying what I was saying when my mic stopped working, is that like a lot of the reasons are just like right there, like right in your everyday life and your experience and in your just observation of the world and what happens around you and your own moral intuitions and experiences. It's much more complex actually than just an oversimplified, yet at the same time sophisticated, abstract metaphysical discussion about causality and stuff. But sometimes what I was saying is that sometimes that's where you need to go based on like who you're talking to, because sometimes that's where the person's thinking is. But I do agree with you that just generally speaking, there are a lot of reasons that are just right there, like right, I think, available to everybody's experience, basically.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Thanks. I'll be leaving.
All right. Okay. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
Thanks.
Take care.
Yeah, I think that's a good point at the end because, yeah, it seems complicated, but I don't think it's that complicated. The point that we were trying to make. But you're right. I think sometimes if it's new to come across as a bit of a complicated argument. But the essence of the point is this: is that when we look out into the world and we see things which seem to have order, which could have been another way, there seems to be some sort of intentionality behind it. Yeah, a desire for human beings that when he comes to the conclusion that something eternal created everything else, it's almost automatic that that person's going to think of a willing agent. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's it takes time for some people for it to cement in. Abdulrahman, how long have you got? Because we're going on for 3 hours now, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests.
I have a while, so I mean, I guess the ones that maybe you could like close the queue pretty soon, but like the ones who have been waiting for a long time, maybe bring them on so that they don't. There's a brother who's been asking for a while. I think his name is. He was just asking me. His name is Saeed. I'm not sure what.
There's 2 sides we've got. Is it Saeed?
I mean, depending on how what the queue looks like on your end, so because maybe there are people waiting before him. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's about 2-3 people before him. 4 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 6. And Asherite Engineer's just come on, but unfortunately, Asherite Engineer, we're not gonna be able to take you. He came on towards too late. I'm gonna put the banner down. No more guests. Right, so we're going to try and go through this as quickly as possible because unfortunately we have been on for 3 hours. I do apologize, but we will do more of these types of streams because I know brothers they like these types of streams, inshallah. Just really quickly, is that Jake couldn't come on today because he was on blogging theology and he was on there for 4 hours. Yeah, so so alhamdulillah, he was on there for a long time, and so he overran and he couldn't join our stream today. So we'll bring Sam UK on. Hello, Sam.
Oh yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, good. We're going to one question, to be honest, and we're going to try and be brief because we want to try and get through everybody's who've been waiting. Sorry, Sam. Apologies.
Okay. Well, okay, let's see how this goes. Yeah, my question was, I heard a lot of arguments that, the previous scriptures, or like the people of the book, like the Christians and the Jews, they're corrupted and they're not to be kind of believed in. And well, when I read the Quran, I don't get that impression. According to the Quran, as Muslims, we went to believe in the scriptures of the people of the book, and there are verses that clearly say this as well. So, just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so there's lots of verses in terms of referencing about speak to the people of the book, or if you do not know, then go to the people of dhikr. And there are also other verses which talk about how it condemns the people of the previous scriptures for writing the revelation with their own hands. And
yeah, but there's only one verse I think that says that, and that is it's in a certain context. It's not saying.
I understand, but I'm just saying I'm not trying to get into a back and forth with you. I'm just explaining to you that there are verses that talk about this. There are other verses that talk about how the Quran is a overall watcher over the other previous scriptures, and so this is generally how we take it. Now, classically, the scholars have either adopted the position which is that the text is preserved but the meaning has changed, or including classically, they've also said that the text and the meaning have been changed. And we know from just scholarly non-Muslim academic approach that there are texts within the New Testament and the Old Testament that have changed.
I've heard all the arguments, but I want to concentrate on what the Quran says, because you said before that there's scholars of the past have said that the text has changed, and so the meaning, or just the meaning has changed. But you don't get that when you read the Quran. So why should we believe the scholars when they come up with that conclusion?
I get it. I get it when I read the Quran.
Sorry, get what?
That
he
the
gets
text
that
has
meaning.
been changed. yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at verse Surah Al-Baqarah 2, verse 41 in Surah Al-Baqarah, and it says, "Believe in the message I sent down, confirming what you already possess." And that's speaking to the children of Israel. And so
what do you think that means?
It means that it's telling the children of Israel, to believe in the Quran, and which is confirming what the books that they already have.
Yeah. So in a sense, yes, the Quran is confirming the books that even the Jews and the Christians have today, but that doesn't mean that the books have been entirely preserved. So
but that's
if I tell you that I have a message that confirms what you have in your book, it doesn't mean that it confirms every single word in the book. It's talking about a particular message. There's a context, and there are hadith and traditions that relate to such verses that would give a fuller context. And it's really not, as simple as you're making it seem. Like
I think it is. I think it is, and God's making it simple, but we're overcomplicating it with hadith and other what scholars' opinions are.
No, but Sam, I think the problem that you have is that you're trying to you've got your interpretation of the Quran. Yeah. Before we go to which interpretation of the Quran is true or not, is the New Testament the revelation that was given to Jesus?
Well, that's irrelevant. That's more.
No,
are you a Muslim, Sam?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Is hadith rejected?
So it has to be relevant because
no, it's not relevant because we have to go by what the Quran says. So even though you prove that the New Testament, well, when I say New Testament, the Quran refers to the Injil and the Torah by name, and also the books.
What Injil is it referring to, Sam? Is it referring to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, or is it referring to what was revealed to Isa alayhi salam, Jesus?
Referring to Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, because that's what the books. Yeah, because
you believe. So when the Quran mentions that Injil revealed to Jesus, you believe that's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yes, it is. Yeah, because those books.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Listen, those books contain the Injil. Because the Injil, those books, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, they contain the Injil.
What else do they contain?
Some other things that happened at the time of Jesus.
Okay, so they contain the Injil and what else?
What were the other events that happened at that time of
The
Jesus?
opinion, right? Okay, so some of that events, is that part of the revelation or not?
Well, some of it, I wouldn't say it's called the Injil, but still it's relevant in describing.
Is it
what was
part of the
happening there.
revelation or not?
When it's part of the Injil or not?
Yeah,
Well, I think it is, because God, has.
it can't be
kind
part of the revelation because some of you understand that the New Testament has letters from Paul.
Yeah, but no, that's not part of Revelation, because that is
But
letters
that's
Paul.
part of what. That's the New Testament.
No, I
That's
know
what Christians believe. Christians believe that this is part of Revelation.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about what Christians believe. I'm talking about the Injil.
So you believe it has been distorted?
Exactly.
No, there's two things. The New Testament, consists of the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, and then they consist of books after the time of Jesus, right? Yeah, that letters written by
all the books
Paul
are after the time of Jesus. All the books of the New Testament are after the time of Jesus.
Yeah, they are, but I'm saying the 4
You've
Gospels,
got the Synoptic Gospels, which is about the life of Jesus.
Yeah.
And then you've got the non-synoptic works, like the letters of Paul, Corinthians, Hebrews.
They're non-synoptic Gospels. They're not Revelation.
But for Christians, they believe they are revelation.
They can believe what they
that,
want. No, they can believe what.
Right. So by definition, now you're believing that the Christians, by definition, you're believing that the Christians have added to the revelation.
No. You're getting it mixed up. What it is, the Quran confirms the Gospels, right? And for me, that is a synoptic
gospel. Is it confirming though? You're saying it confirms the Gospels, but you're saying it confirms only the synoptic Gospels, but not letters of Paul.
That's right, yeah.
So you're saying there are parts of what the Christians claim which is false.
Yes. So
the Quran, when it says refer to the previous scripture, is not telling you to refer to the corrupted ones, is it?
Well, I won't say the corrupted. It's just the books written after, the 4 Gospels.
So the letters of Paul weren't there when that verse that you read was revealed, saying that it confirms what is in the book. Are you saying that the letters of Paul, they were not there, or the parts that you think are distortions were not there in the book or in the scriptures when that verse in the Quran was revealed, the one you recited?
Yeah, they were there. They were there.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, because the Christians existed and that's what they're following.
What do you mean?
Well, at the time the Quran was revealed, we already had Christians, and all them other books after the 4 Gospels, they're already written down. And
what I mean is the parts that you are saying are distortions.
Well, I'm not saying distortion. I'm saying these books were written after these books are that not written at the time of the
so they're not revelation. So is God saying that is that part of what God is saying the Quran is confirming?
No, they're not part of what God is confirming.
Yeah. Now, were they present in the scriptures of Christians?
Yes, they were.
They were. Okay, exactly. So if something can be present in the scripture that is not part of the revelation, and that verse still stands by your understanding, then the same applies to our position. So you can't say
no, it doesn't.
that,
no, you're getting confused.
Yeah. So I'm saying no. Wait. Let me finish. So I'm saying that verse. Earlier, I told you that part of one interpretation, not necessarily the only one, is that verse can be it's a confirmation of specific significant parts of what you have within your revelation or within your books. Now you're saying the same thing. You're saying that verse is a confirmation of parts of what they have in their scripture. So what's the difference between my position and yours?
Sorry, I'm confused by what point you're trying to
confirmation that the verse is talking about is part of the scripture. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say, if the Christians, if they just follow the Gospels, the 4 synoptic Gospels, then they don't accept Jesus as a kind of a literal Son of God, then they're fine to follow that. There's no issue with that.
That's not the claim. That's not the discussion right now. Discussion about is whether the Quran confirms those as revelation.
But it's related because
it's related, but it's not the discussion.
No,
so you need to stick to the point.
It's confirming that the books the Christians are following, their their book which has their core beliefs. If they're following, it's confirming their sort of books which has their core beliefs.
Are they confirming that it's revelation?
Yes.
And were the letters of Paul part of that?
No, I just said they're not.
They're not part of that, although the Christians have had it within their books.
Yeah, they can have it.
So,
but,
okay, so in the same
mean?
sense, by that same logic, they can have the distortions that we are saying are distortions, yet the verse can still stand in relation to other segments. I want you to read, if you don't mind, the Quran chapter 4, just the beginning of the verse, 446.
Sorry, which?
Chapter 4, verse 46.
446. Right. It says some Jews distort the meaning of the real words. They say we hear and disobey and listen, adding the insult, may you not hear and
Okay. So the distortion part, is that an indication of of corruption? By the way, the translation you read, the word meaning was in between brackets?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and that's a bad translation, because the word meaning is not in there.
I'll read the Yusuf one. It says, of the Jews, there are some who displace words from their places, and it's got right in brackets, and say we hear and we disobey.
Yeah, so this verse can be used as support for, the position that's in opposition to you. Why not?
How can it be?
If you distort words from their places literally, then you're quite literally distorting the text.
But it doesn't mean, no, it's not saying they're distorting the text. It's saying when they're reading their scripture, they're not reading. Sorry,
it didn't say anything about reading.
What did you say? It says there are those who displace words from the right places.
Yes, exactly. So
how do you know that means? It means that they've changed the way the Old Testament is written down.
No, I'm saying I'm saying under a certain view. If I'm doing what you're doing by just looking at verses and picking them up in isolation and building my view on that, then I can say that it's a very possible implication of the verse, in the same way the other verse you used could have an implication, that the implication that you were alluding to, despite the fact that it doesn't necessarily say anything about the book not being distorted. It's not an explicit statement. So you think you're doing this simple reading that's just the clear surface level reading of the book, and it's the obvious meaning, but no, obviously that's not the case.
Oh, how do you know?
What do you mean, how do I know? We've been discussing it. Yeah, we've been discussing it.
So you just said, that this verse, implies that they've changed their books, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be used to imply that.
Okay, but we just read the other verse that where God is saying, the Quran is confirming the books which they possess. So if they possess
and we've just disputed that. And I've disputed that. So is there any?
Sorry, you didn't dispute that.
Is there any contradiction in me telling you that? If you have something, if you have a book that carries within it meanings that I'm affirming, but I'm not affirming everything in the book, and I tell you that the message I'm telling you is affirmed by what you have in your hands, does that mean that I affirm every part of the book? No.
Yes,
so there's no inconsistency.
No. You said, why doesn't it? If God wanted it, he could have been precisely the opposite. This book confirms some of what you possess. But
yes, and in the same way, in the other verse that I cited, he could have said, you displace or distort spoken words, but don't put it in the text. So if you're looking for specificity, you need to look for specificity on both sides. This discussion we're having is not very. This isn't the way to go about understanding these verses. This is a very superficial way. With all due respect, I think.
I think the Quran making it simple to understand, and then you guys are complicating by saying, "Oh, we're listening to such a scholar said this," and
I think it's simple, and I think you're the one complicating it.
It is.
Sam, I think Sam, it's a simple thing. This is what I don't understand. Christians believe the letters of Paul are part of Revelation. Yeah. So obviously, when the Quran says, But when the Quran now says, refer to the people of the scripture, yeah, or talks about their scripture, it's not talking about what they think is their scripture. It's talking about what is the actual original scripture. So that's the same position we hold, which is that, yes, there are going to be some aspects within the Torah or within maybe some of the synoptic gospels which have some original revelation for it.
Yeah, but when the Quran says it confirms their scriptures, yeah, it specifically refers to the Gospels and the Torah, right? So
yeah, but but the whole point is that what is the Gospels you're referring to?
The synoptic Gospels.
Because no, but that's what you think they mean. But that's not what Christians.
It doesn't matter.
What you're saying,
but I'm saying it doesn't matter what Christians think.
But it does matter, because the point here is that, because the question is what is it that's being referred to as the previous revelation? So what is it? Is it everything that the Christians claim? No. Me and you agree, it's not everything the Christians claim, because some of it is addition, which is then claimed to be revelation. So we both hold the same position.
Right. But
I don't see where the honestly, Sam,
Sharif,
like basic thing.
Sharif, I said I had some time, but honestly, not for this. So if,
okay, look, Sam, appreciate you.
No disrespect, Sam. Thank you for coming.
Because you guys just, I don't understand it. You guys distorting what God is saying, yeah, and you're sort of like arguing with the Christians over pointless things, yeah. And instead, yeah, you should be like trying to find the common ground, but no, you want to sort of
I do try to find common ground with Christians, and we have a lot of Christian friends and everything, and
you're trying to convert them to Islam, yeah, when the Quran doesn't say, yeah, you have to follow the Quran, yeah, the Quran allows the Jews to follow their books and allows the Christians to follow their books.
Okay, let's agree to disagree. Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay. You got the last word in. That's cool. So we've got Walaikum Salam. So we've got Muhammad Islam.
How are you guys?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Good. Yeah, I'll put the banner saying no more guests. What guests we've got in the back chat is going to be the only guest that we're going to have now. But yeah, but brother, we have to meet the other brother. I told him it was going to be quick, but it ended up being longer than we were expecting. So we're going to have to limit it to one question, to be honest. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. My question is regarding the Kalam cosmological argument. So the first premise, all things that began to exist had a cause. Is that premise arrived to deductively or inductively?
Abdulrahman, do you want to answer that question?
It says, okay, so let's say inductively. You could say inductively, or you could say it's you could say it's an axiom, or it's known a priori, or I mean, there are different positions on this, but
right.
What's the
Yeah, because my question is, I feel like it conflates causation, like materialistic causation within the universe, to causation outside the universe that started the universe in the first place.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, like I heard many arguments. Like I listened to Brother Jake's stream with some other guys that were making the same argument, and I really couldn't understand how like materialistic causation within the universe, we can infer that the universe as a whole has a metaphysical causation from what we arrived inductively within the universe.
What do you mean by metaphysical causation?
The causation that created material in the first place.
What do you mean by material? This is going to be...
Yeah. So material causation is just basically like, like at a pool table, one ball hits the other. That's the type of causation we're talking about when we say things have a cause. So like if a ball moves, then it has a cause, which was some sort of materialistic explanation. But when we speak about the universe having a cause in terms of beginning to exist, that is a metaphysical causation, which has nothing to do with materialistic causation.
No, I don't see the difference, to be honest. So maybe you need to elaborate, because the point of the point that we're making an inference from might not be what you're thinking. So it might not be that every material event has a material cause, therefore every material event I've seen has had a material cause, therefore every event has a cause.
Are you saying that's not what the argument is saying?
What argument, though? I mean,
the Kalam cosmological argument.
The Kalam cosmological argument doesn't include within it, like at least not in a standard form, the argument for the first premise. I mean, you can look at that.
Right. Okay. No, I understand. No, I understand the argument is valid. I'm just speaking about the premise itself. If the premise,
I understand. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So what I'm saying is, there are ways in which you can, like, let's say, so there are ways in which you can make the inference where what you're saying might be valid, but there are other ways where no, not necessarily. Why? So if the inference is that, you know, for every material cause I've seen, there's been a material thing. If that's what I'm basically, you know, abstracting from my experience, then yes. But then the common aspect that I'd be abstracting is basically anything occurring having a preceding cause, not
so you're
a specific
like
kind of occurrence.
Like you're appealing to an axiom of causation, basically.
No, this could even be inductive. It doesn't have to be. I'm telling you that what I'm abstracting from my experience, from what occurs in the world, doesn't have to be the specific materiality of the occurrences.
But
it could be the fact that things that occur have prior causes.
Yeah, but everything we do observe has material causes, right?
That's not the point. Yes, but that's not that. Why does the cause have to be necessarily material? Like there are things that we observe that we don't yet know the cause for. Now you can assume the cause of it is material, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case. But I mean, more specifically, if what I'm saying, if what I'm abstracting from my experience is if all I'm abstracting is the fact that, okay, material event, material cause, and there is no notion whatsoever of a causal principle that's broader than that from my experience, then what you're saying would be right. But I think that from our experience, if you're going to say that it's experiential, as in, or it's empirically based or inductive, the causal principle, I think the what we abstract from our experience is much broader than simply the level of specificity you're getting at.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is, in order to make that claim, you have to appeal to the axiom of causation, then, like in a metaphysical sense.
No, I don't think you do. Abdulrahman's not saying that. Abdulrahman's saying is that you take one experience, and you see that A causes B, and you see that something begins to exist, it has a cause. You see that one experience. Are you as a human being going to abstract from that that only that thing that began to exist had a cause? Or are you going to abstract from that things that begin to exist have a cause? You're not just going to look at one thing, are you? That one event.
Yeah,
so
but what I'm saying is
all the events. The pool ball example, the pool ball example. You see the black ball move. So that first event that you do, you see the black ball move when the white ball hits it. Now you're not going to limit to that event and say that only that event is where the thing moves because of something that caused it.
Yeah, you're going to inductively infer that.
What's that?
Yeah, I said you're going to inductively infer that all other material objects are going to operate.
No, not material objects. What I'm saying is that because what you're doing is you're doing what the empiricists do, which is say, okay, we're just going to conclude based upon our very limited observation and not abstract a general principle from it. That's it. But if you take the logic of their argument, they wouldn't be able to abstract anything from their argument. So in essence, it's the opposite. You would abstract that anything that begins to exist has a cause, and then to limit it to material things, you now need evidence for that. Whereas you wouldn't you wouldn't just simply say, well, I can only say because it's conditionality of the evidence.
I want to understand what you mean by abstract concepts that we get from the world around us. So do you mean like whatever we infer or inductively come to the conclusion of here in our material or empirical
basically the
existence,
general
we can
principle that you're
abstract to the
coming up with.
metaphysical.
The general principle that you're coming up with from experience or from like empirical data or whatever, just like induction basically. So let me just explain this in a way that would clarify. So
Yeah.
you're saying that from our experience, it's material things that have material causes, right? And that's the effect is material and the cause is material.
Yeah.
But I could just if assuming it can be arbitrary, I could just say that no, it's everything, all the things that I've observed that are effects, they exist and their causes exist. So it's existence that I'm gonna pin down as a category that this applies to. Or I mean, whatever else, like you could like draw different lines all day long.
Yeah.
And that could even apply to things within the universe, and it can even apply to science, because science right now deals with the quantum realm and all kinds of spooky stuff. So the point is that no, I mean that level of specificity that we is not present in our causal, our intuitions about causation.
Yeah, but I understand the sentiment, brother. What I feel like that kind of reasoning can shoot you in the foot, because you can apply that to God himself. I mean, obviously, like that's what an atheist would say. I see many problems, obviously, with that line of thought.
What can I apply to God?
Like as a concept, if you're saying causation is this abstract concept that we can like infinitely stretch to encompass even the metaphysical, despite it just being a concept that we observe.
Things that begin to exist. Things that begin to exist. God doesn't begin to exist.
Correct. But you can spin it and say the universe never began to exist in the first place.
That's a different argument completely. That's a different premise. So right now you're going to a different premise.
You mean the second premise of the Kalam?
Yeah, the universe began to exist. That would be a different premise.
Yeah.
That's independent. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree then. That as a concept, then it can be stretched. Okay. I agree with that actually. But just very quickly then, in terms of the second argument, then how can you affirm that the universe began to exist? Or the second premise?
That's gonna vary. There are many ways. I mean, there are many arguments for just look into causal finitude, for example.
Contingency argument. Well, doesn't that kind of take you down the route of the contingency argument, because it's going to be very conceptual in terms of understanding that the universe is contingent, so it's not necessary in a sense.
No, they can be two like independent arguments. You can, I mean, you can talk about infinities and regresses and contingency arguments as well, but then you don't have to necessarily the arguments don't necessarily overlap. So there are many ways to argue for whether it's a finite past or a finite causal past.
Yeah.
The necessity of finite causal chains, but I think it'll take quite a while to go into right now. There are some good discussions on causal finitism, and probably one that's coming up on our channel very soon with a very distinguished professor who writes on the topic. So maybe look out for that one, inshallah.
Beautiful. Okay, Jazakallah khair, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Okay, take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Next time.
Right. Pepsi.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you, bro?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good, thank you, guys. So I had a simple question, but I wanted to just say something first, if that's okay. It'll take like 10-15 seconds max, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it, man.
All right, thank you, bro. So to address what that guy said, so in Bukhari 7523, it clearly says that there have been people who added words and distorted the text and said it's from God, right? And as for the Injil, referring to the four Gospels, it clearly says that we gave him the Gospel with guidance, right? In chapter 5, verse 46. So the Injil was given to the Prophet Isa, not written by him for men. And even without the Quran, we know of many corruption, like the Jahannam, the pericope, adultery, the longer ending of Mark, etc. Right? So yeah, that's the first thing. But yeah, so my question to you was, inshallah, so regarding Allah's attributes, and this is kind of like a tough question, but it's important as well. So regarding Allah's attributes, would we say that they're concrete or abstract, right? So for example, does Allah act in virtue of his essence or abstract attributes? Sorry.
That's an interesting question. But just on the first part, yeah, I think we mentioned the point that the Injil was given to Isa alayhi salam, Jesus, and he accepted the fact that some parts of the Injil in the New Testament, in the 4 synoptic Gospels, were revealed to Jesus, and then some of it was just talking about his life. So by definition, he's saying that there's some corruption within it.
Okay.
By further implication is the fact that you've got other aspects which are considered part of the New Testament, like the letters of Paul.
Exactly.
The Pauline. Exactly. So whether he thinks that they're part of Revelation, not the point. The point is Christians believe it's part of Revelation, but we don't believe it is.
Of course, of course.
So in that context, there's distortion in their religious beliefs.
I mean, even in the Gospels, there's distortion as well. I mean, textual critics accept this as well.
So in terms of your second part of your question, out of interest, why do you ask that particular question?
Yeah, it's actually good. So it's kind of like, so it's kind of, I'll make it really short story. So I was online and there was like some Shias and Christians who always ask like, are God's attributes distinct, different? And, do you believe they're causally inert, which is abstract? Or do you believe they're concrete, so they're able to produce an effect, basically? And I wasn't really sure what to believe. And I didn't want to choose something that would take me out of Islam. So I thought I'd come to you guys who are knowledgeable, inshallah.
Yeah, I don't know if I find these questions to be totally, I don't know, man. I just nonsensical.
I agree.
Because when you think of attributes, when you think of a person, a human being, let's say, and you think of a person being merciful and wrathful and just and wise, you don't think of them in terms of physical components. Yeah, there's a part of him. This part of me is the mercy part. That part of me is the wrathful part. That part of me is the, you don't think like that. Yeah, you just think that the person has the capacity, the capability, the attributes to do these things, and he exercises it according to his will. So it just. But maybe Abdulrahman has a stronger argument or more.
I appreciate your response, Akhi. Thank you.
That's how I will lie. If these people ask me this question, whether Shia or Christian, about this, I'd have just sort of said, "What kind of nonsense question is that?"
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
They never feel intimidated by these guys when asked these types of questions. That's the issue. Is that they want you to think, is it an abstract entity? If it's not, is it concrete entity? If it's concrete entity, does it mean it have independent existence with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Therefore, you have, this is just it's speculation upon the very nature of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this area, and trying to talk about these types of categories in these ways when we know that it's about exercise of will. But Abdulrahman, sorry, I keep interrupting him.
No, that's fine. I think that's a very important, caveat going into the question, because a lot of these discussions really do sound very convoluted and unnecessarily speculative. So in certain contexts, there's a meaning to the question, of course, and there's a right and wrong answer. But sometimes I agree that the endless speculation and the endless confusion people get into through these questions are often because of just wrong starting points. The question of whether it's concrete or abstract is basically a question of whether God is simple or complex. I mean, it's that simple. No pun intended.
We believe he's simple, right? We don't believe that he's composed of parts.
No, what do you mean? Okay, it depends on what you mean by simple.
Yeah.
What do you mean composed of parts? All that is problematic language.
I wouldn't say
anything.
Yeah, I know we don't believe in absolute divine simplicity, of course, but I mean by simple, I mean simply is not composite. It is not composed of parts. It's not contingent, basically.
No, yeah. Not composed of parts. Compose is language we simply cannot. We don't use. We don't attribute to God. But some people have a philosophical usage of the word that they would say, "Oh no, but that thing you're describing, that's what I call composite." Well, I mean, okay, that's your problem. But then, is there any rational argument or is there rational or scriptural basis for us to say that yeah, you're right. There is a real problem of believing this about God. That's where we claim no, there isn't. I mean, thinking of your question, right? So, what would it mean for God's power, for example, to be abstract? You'd say that that God has power, but that power like is not causally efficacious in the sense that in what sense does he have power then?
So that's a good question. So when I say they're abstract, so I mean like they're mind independent, right? Like they're not purely conceived in the mind. So when he acts something, it's purely in virtue of his essence, right? And this attribute would be a descriptor of his essence, but not like the ADS people. Like we believe they're mind independent, because if you say that they're concrete and the attribute is powerful in virtue of his attribute power, that seems problematic to me, because it's like he's dependent of, like it's like tools he's using them as to produce effect.
Yeah, okay. So, but then there are two parts to that response. The first part is you're saying they're still mind independent, but then if you try to focus on what you're really saying, it's that you're calling them properties, but they're really not. I mean, or maybe they are in some sense, but they're like created things. It's not like there's nothing that's like about God, right? It's just everything you're saying is just external to God. You're describing nothing about God himself. So how is it a description? How are you saying that it's a description of the essence?
Yeah.
And at the same time, you're saying that it is they don't like separate from the essence in a sense. Like how is that possible? Or how would you say that they are all descriptions of the essence? Yet these descriptions are identical in some sense. I don't know how you do that. The second thing you said, go ahead.
No, sorry, Aki, my bad. I interrupted. Sorry, you finish.
You said he'd be dependent on them or using them as tools or something. So, that language is I mean, you give me any kind of proposition or belief or whatever, and I can express it in a language that just sounds problematic. It just sounds like there's an implicit argument in the way I'm expressing it, but it just sounds bad. But then just try to break down the reasoning behind the claim, and you see that it doesn't really stand. What does it mean for me to use a property as a tool to do something? For many people in this debate, it doesn't even make sense to say that there could be an essence that's real, describable in real ways, that doesn't have properties. It doesn't make sense. I mean, because really, what are you describing here? What does it mean for someone to be an agent and perform an act with no act subsisting in them? So it's like, what does it mean for somebody to know but them not having knowledge? Does that even make sense? So if I say your name is Pepsi, brother Pepsi, he knows but he doesn't have knowledge. That's as meaningless as saying that he has knowledge but he just doesn't know. I mean, so this is really the issue here. It sounds like where you're going to have to go with that is that, well, there really is this thing that we're perceiving from like the creature's perspective. You don't have to say it's mind dependent, fine, but you at least have to say it's created. But the essence, it's untouchable. You're not really describing really anything about the essence. Or you're just, like everything I'm seeing from Sharif right now, all his properties and stuff like that. That's not Sharif. That's just like, some things that follow from Sharif's nature. But what is the nature itself? It's identical to like, all of these things. I mean, so then it doesn't really make sense.
Okay. So why would it follow? Sorry, if you don't mind me asking. Like, it's related. It's related. So why would the attributes have to be created? Like, if I was to believe that they themselves are causally inert, because it's the same position as you who believe they're concrete. But if you do believe that, I don't want to strawman you. But yeah, so why would it mean that they're created? Sorry.
What? Okay, so then explain to me what you mean by abstract properties.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand.
Apologies, yeah. So by abstract, it simply mean they're unable to cause, right? So they themselves are unable to produce an effect, right? I don't believe in causal dependence. I believe in counterfactual dependence. between the attributes and essence.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. So you say God has knowledge, but he doesn't know through his knowledge.
No. Yeah, so no. So the word knowledge. So basically, I'll use the word power, for example. I think that's a bit easier for me to understand. So the idea of God. So God is powerful, not purely dependent upon the attribute of power. Like he is not powerful in virtue of that attribute power. Like that idea of power is simply a descriptor of himself, his essence, which is
the attribute power is simply the fact of him being powerful. I mean, what else is it?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a description of him.
No, but that's what everybody said. I mean, what?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the issue. So him being powerful means he has power. Now, if you're saying he's powerful and he has power, but his power is not real, now tell me what that means. There's just an essence, but that power, that's not real.
No, but it is real, though. We believe that
it is real. Okay, so he has power. The power is real, but he's not powerful through his power. Is that?
Yeah. So the simple description, powerful. He is not powerful, dependent or in virtue of that attribute. Like he does not need, his power does not come from the description all powerful, basically.
Bro, but I think that's like a contradiction in terms of the way I'm saying it. It's like, so if I'm saying you have knowledge and you know things, but the fact that you know things is not from your knowledge, it's from you. I mean, the reason I said you have knowledge is because you know things. I mean,
I get what you're saying.
Now the problem is the tricky language, which you need to be aware of, is the whole, but he depends on it for that. That doesn't make sense. It's not like some kind of entity that he depends on that's like apart from him. It is by virtue of the fact that he is powerful that we say he has power, and that thing you're calling a tool is simply a necessary concomitant of any kind of essence, as in any essence is going to necessarily be describable by certain things. And otherwise, it's just not clear how you're going to say. So God is the creator of the world. God is the creator of Abdulrahman, is the creator of Sharif. He is merciful. He is knowledgeable. All of that, all these predications you're making of God. However, the truth makers of these predications, and like the descriptors that are basically making intelligible these words that you're saying, none of them apply to God. None of them are like within God. They're all just outside of God. I mean, why? Like,
okay, yeah. So I'll respond one last time before I leave, because I know you guys are limited in your time, and I know I'm taking a bit of your time. So super quickly in response. So I'm supposing that you believe they're concrete in the sense that they're able to produce effects. If that's the case, then would it not mean that Allah uses his attributes to be powerful, or uses his attributes to create? Because that's my only issue with that belief.
This the way you're expressing it just sounds troubling, but then just try to break the reasoning down, and there's no real, it's almost as if, okay, so what a person who's arguing like this really wants to say is that there's some kind of dependency. I mean, what they would want to say is some causal dependency, which I don't think can be established, as in there's a cause that gave him the power or something like that, right? That's of course false, and that I don't think that can be established. Now what they want to say again is that there's dependency in the sense that if his power didn't exist, then he wouldn't be powerful. But think of what that means really. What that really means is that if he wasn't powerful, he wouldn't be powerful. If you're taking the more obvious approach, that's how we use language, and that's how it relates to properties and things and particulars, that when we say something is powerful, it has power. When we say someone is knowledgeable, they have knowledge. So when someone tells me that, oh wait, you're powerful, so you're dependent on your power in order to be powerful, I'll be like, well, what does it mean to be powerful other than having power? It just doesn't.
Okay.
There's no notion of dependency. It's going to be like some kind of logical, like just very broad counterfactual dependence. I mean, you could say that if God didn't exist, he wouldn't exist. I mean, fine.
Well, of course. I get what you mean. So you do believe they're concrete, just because before I leave, you do believe they're concrete.
Yes.
Right? Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you guys for answering my question.
By the way, concrete, no problem, brother. But just so people don't misunderstand, because a lot of people hear the word concrete and they think of like, I don't know, like like a concrete like street or something physical or not. Concrete just means like causally efficacious.
Could you guys kick me or something? Because it's not letting me leave. But thank you guys. May Allah reward you. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Causally efficacious. Yeah, that's what it means by. But yeah, I just think it's a really the type of questioning. Does he know by virtue of his knowledge or by virtue of his essence? I think the question is just nonsensical. Doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
Because, like you said, I mean, if you're gonna know something, you've got knowledge.
Yeah, simple as that.
It's not, wallahi, man. It's people like that. Very crazy. Okay, Jamie Turner's written this. I think we have to, as Ibn Taymiyyah did, make a sharp distinction between parts. God's essence is qualified with attributes. He is not composed of parts. I think Abdulrahman made the point anyway. So I think when people talk about divinely simple being, they're basically in their minds, they are thinking about, you can't have this being which is composed of other, sub beings, things like that. So, but obviously it has further when it comes to attributes.
Yeah, sorry. Ibn Taymiyyah even takes it further than that, where he's like, so what does the word composed mean? I mean, even in Arabic, like murakkab, it's the language that is used. I don't think should be accepted in the discussion. Like, no, I don't use that terminology. Why? Because it quite literally means he's been put together. Not that there are multiple aspects to its existence. So I'm saying, what do you mean by murakkab? Do you mean that like it's something that's was apart and then got put together and constructed? Well, that's clearly false. Well, do you mean there are multiple real aspects to it? And he's like, yeah, so what? I mean, there's an essence and it has necessary concomitants, which are attributes. What's your argument there? And you're not going to really get much from that, apart from arguments that are based on certain metaphysical principles that really don't, at best, they don't have to be accepted. And I think more obviously, they can be straightforwardly shown to be false.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Wa alaikum salam. How are you, Saeed?
Alhamdulillah, and you?
Alhamdulillah, good man. I think there's a bit of an echo.
I'm on my phone. I can't go on my PC, but it takes
No,
1
ask
minute.
your question, inshallah.
Okay. So my question was about Hadith. So I had a discussion with my brothers, and we were not okay on a subject about the age of the Prophet when he died, and they basically not reject the Hadith, but they say that it's not completely reliable. Sorry, my English is not very good. I'm French, so I try my best.
Abdulrahman speaks French, but no problem.
Okay, no problem. So
no, I don't.
What I'm saying is that they showed me some hadith, Sahih hadith from Bukhari and Muslim, and it showed different age. It shows, I think, 63, 65, different age. So they said that because of that, the methodology can be like flawed, that there is mistakes in it. So I want you to clear this doubt for me, if it's possible. And inshallah, please next time try to take one question from each Muslims, because I know that there was like for non-Muslims, like I don't mind non-Muslims to speak longer, but I mean you have to be fair, brothers. Like I've been waiting for 3 hours. My phone is almost like he will like shut down, So yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, Saeed. So firstly, Jazakallah khair for sticking around. Yeah. I'm gonna put you on. There's a bit of an echo. Yeah, sorry, I think there. So firstly, we probably, I don't know the specific narrations in terms of those narrations that you're referring to. Maybe if we get Brother Farid on, or we can raise it with Brother Farid from Farid Response, who has probably looked into these in more detail, inshallah, or can look into these in more detail, inshallah. But let's just take a broader view, yeah? When it comes to hadith sciences, there are three things that the hadith is looking at in order to verify. The first one is to do with the chains. The second one is to do with the reporters, the ones who report the hadith. And the third one is to do with the matan. So the matan is to do with the actual information that's being reported in the hadith. Yeah. So in terms of the chains, what the muhaddith is looking at is how many types of chains there are, how many chains there are, the number, and whether the chain is complete or not. Yeah. Does it reach to the tabi'in? Yeah. Does it reach to the Sahaba, or does it reach to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Yeah. And similarly, they're looking at the number of chains as well. So is it mutawatir, so mass transmitted? Is it mashhur, which means well known, so it has numerous chains but not reaching the level of mutawatir? Is it aziz, which means that it has at least two chains in it? Or is it gharib, which means that there's only one person at any point within that chain? Yeah, so there's a single person. It's not reported by multiple chains. Similarly, they're also looking at in terms of whether there are breaks in the chains. So is it a break where the Sahaba is omitted, or is it a break in the chain where somebody else other than the Sahaba is omitted, or is it the case there is no chain, or is it the fact that they mixed up the reporters were reported from another, or that there's a hidden defect in terms of the fact that somebody's missing from a particular chain? So that's to do with the other chain. And then obviously you got the issue of the rawi, the one who reports the hadith. And so you have different classifications in terms of the levels. And I think according to Ibn Hajar, he had 12 different classifications. If memory serves me, I'd have to double check for the classification of the reporters. He put them into different categories. Yeah. Top ones being like Sahaba, the truthful one, the competent one, etc. in terms of this. Yeah. And then the third thing that they look at is the matan. So if you've got two reports which are of equal strength, two reports which contradict, but one report is of a greater strength than the other one, then the one with the greater strength, its report overrides the one with the less strength. Yeah. So that's the way that the hadith sciences generally work, and it's very complicated. I've just gone over it very briefly in terms of those three areas. Yeah, the chain, assessing the chain, assessing the narrators, and also assessing the matan. Yeah, the what is being reported as well, and how there's potential conflict or reconciliation that needs to take place. So saying that, when it comes to something which is like considered sahih, and it's sahih according to something which has not reached the level of mutawatir, then some scholars, in fact, it's a large proportion of scholars say it is true, but there's still a potential possibility that there may be some sort of error within it. Yeah, or can be a potential mistake. Yeah, even though it might be very little, or it's possible. Whereas if it is impossible for there to be an error, it'd be classified as mutawatir. So many of the hadith in Bukhari would be considered classified in the area of ahad, which has not reached the level of mutawatir, and so you have to assess whether it's sahih or not. Now, in some aspects of that which is classified as sahih, what you'll find is that there'll be certain parts of the report which are considered the sahih report, and there's some parts that in the same matan that may not necessarily be categorized as being sahih. So maybe the case of the age is something which is not necessarily definitive in that situation. And that, to be honest, it doesn't throw into the hadith, all of the hadith in question, in doubt. That's primarily because the way people used to identify people's ages was not by counting the number of years per se. Like today, we have date of birth. Whereas back in the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they counted time by events. Whereas today we count events by time. So we say, oh, this happened in 1970, or this happened in 1980. Whereas they would say this happened in the year of the elephant, or this person was born in the year of the elephant, or this happened during the hijrah, yeah, etc. So So it's not a problem in the fact that there may be a discrepancy in this area, seeing as this was not really the concern. I don't know if long-winded apologies, but hopefully that sort of helped explain.
So yeah, Barakallahu Fik. So I understand what you said, but what I mean is that so the age in itself is not an information that is very important in the sense that it doesn't change the way you practice Islam in your everyday life. Like even if I know that the Prophet Muhammad is 63 or 65 when he died, doesn't change my prayer, for example, you know. So so I understand what you explained about the mutawatir hadith, sahih hadith. Okay, so it doesn't change the, how do we say that, the strength of the methodology of transmission of hadith. So yeah,
and you got to remember, isn't it, is that different companions are going to have different opinions about the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's age. Yeah, they're going to have their own opinion upon that. Yeah, so what is being reported is true about the opinion of the companion. Now, the companion can be right or wrong in terms of knowing the age. What is being reported about the companion can be completely true. So one companion could say the Prophet died at 65 because he believed that's his age. Another companion can say he died at 63 because he believed that's his age. Yeah. So both narrations can be absolutely true. Yeah, that this is what the companion said, but it's the case that the companion was not sure or could potentially make a mistake. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Barakallahu Fik. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, Jazakallah.
So, Assalamu alaikum. See you guys, inshallah.
So our final guest is Lucky Morgan, if he's still here.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not too loud, am I?
No, it's fine.
Okay. So basically, my question was, I'm really sorry you guys have been going on for so long. I'll just be very quick. So my question actually was in the same vein as the previous guys, but I was actually considering more in the Oriental scholarship approach and how they implemented revisionist history. And I was actually wondering that why do Western scholars, in particular, Western historians in particular, not consider Muslim sources as completely accurate?
I think there's a history, isn't there? There's a historical development of Orientalism, and Orientalism was born out of this, 19th century assumption that the West and Europeans were somehow civilized and superior. And so when they studied other cultures, they studied it from the point of view of undermining them, and looking down upon them. So they never really took their position serious. The other thing is that Western academic, it was born out of sort of a Judeo-Christian environment. And, we know that during sort of the pre-Enlightenment period, Christianity didn't have the type of rigorous approach towards authentication of historical events as the Muslims had, like the Isnad system. And so they never really accepted it because their tradition was a textual tradition. It was a way of trying to reconstruct the original text by looking at fragments of archaeological discovered text to try to reconstruct, different fragments from different time periods to reconstruct what the original might look like, because they didn't have this chain of narrators to as a science. And so when they came across it, they came across it with their biases and prejudice that the West has a superior academic approach. Secondly, is that they have a problem in terms of how to assess textual criticism because of their own history of trying to assess the Bible and the New Testament. And I think both played into how now they view Muslims and the Islamic sciences. But saying that, what's really interesting, Lucky, is that some of the modern philosophers today, a lot of them actually take their argumentation directly or indirectly from the Muslim. In fact, directly. Dr. Ryan Mullins as an example, William Lane Craig, and others. They've used a lot of the sort of the scholarship from the Muslims, from the Orthodox Muslims, that is, and used that to sort of justify some of their positions that they hold today.
I mean,
So
they've
yes,
not
that's
only taken philosophy, they've taken pretty much everything from Muslims and previous civilizations. So that's no question. You're as much part of the Western European civilization as much as they think they are. We have as much right to it as well. I understand the
no, but I'm saying
inherent
they're being more
racism that
explicit.
was.
They're being more explicit about it now. They're actually
Yes,
using
I
arguments.
completely understand the approach of racism within Oriental scholarship because that was its purpose.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that all the academics who came during that period were racist, but majority of them were. But my contention basically lies here that if you look at modern scholars like right now, if you, I'm sure you know about Fred Donner. He's very popular with his history of Islam and his propositions on how Islam came about. And I was actually listening to one of his lectures that he was giving in Indonesia. And he was like, somebody asked him a question in the audience, and they were like, now that Muslims are open to accepting the idea that their Hadith literature cannot be verified outside of the Hadith literature itself, like there are no external sources about the Prophet ﷺ's life. So how are people viewing you now? And he said something that really interested me in a way because he said that people are now open to Muslims. He's talking about Muslims, and he's saying that Muslims are now open to the idea that their history might not be completely accurate. And I was just thinking that why is this person saying that in a Muslim country where Muslims have apparently invited him to teach them about their history when Western scholarship has never been honest about the contributions of the Muslim civilization to all of the Renaissance period or whatever you want to take. But I was just wondering, why do we take these scholars more seriously than our own? And that's an approach that if you see in many Muslim majority countries, our education system is based on the British education system. And we don't learn about our own history.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a big topic, but obviously, in terms of external verification, firstly, the whole purpose of the Hadith preservation and sciences was about trying to establish some sort of objective standard by which you can be assured with regards to the historical accuracy of what's being reported. That was the whole purpose of it. And there are certainly external things that you can use. For example, externally, you can use evidences of for example, the hijrah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his journey from Mecca to Medina, and the descriptions of that journey, and where Mecca is geographically located, where Medina is geographically located, the hadith about the description of the different climate of Mecca compared to the climate of Medina. So we know that it's less hot in Medina according to the hadith, and also according to geography as well, and the fact that it's more fertile, has an agricultural base. Again, we've got external evidence for that. We've got external evidence for the fact that the different cities exist, like Badr, Khaybar. You can go to the ruins of Khaybar, where the battle took place to take the fortresses of Khaybar. You can actually see the way that they are built as well. So what the hadith literature is describing can be independently verified. We even have, for example, the hadith about Wasallam, the son Ibrahim, how his janazah was on the same day as an eclipse of the sun. So we can actually go and look at the astronomical data and see whether there was a solar eclipse that took place and would have been visible in the Arabian Peninsula in Medina at this particular period, and we've got that. So we've got the evidence for that. So there's a lot of external evidences that support the hadith literature. It's not just what these guys are saying, including the fact that the Hadith literature talks about the preservation of the Quran and how the Quran was fixed as a particular text. And what we're now finding with more and more discovery of textual fragments of the Quranic text, and we have, I think it was over 95% of all of the Quran from the first century of Islam, that all of it fits within the narrative that Islam, the Hadith literature talks about in terms of its preservation. So there's a lot of external evidence, archaeological evidence, and geographical evidences that support Hadith literature. In fact, there's one brother, he's recently did a master's thesis upon the archaeological evidences of early Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and this was in response to a historian called Tom Holland who tried to claim that Mecca and Medina.
Oh, I've heard of him. Yes,
Yeah, they were.
I was like, when I heard to his thesis, I was like, why did you even bother writing your book? Because Patricia Crone has done that already, and you've not put anything new forward in it. So why even bother? It was like, it was such a revisionist approach. I was like, it's like Patricia Crone is back.
Yeah, no, that's right. And so this brother who did a master's thesis, he went and he because what we don't realize, and this is not well known and well publicized, but there's a lot of archaeological evidence in Saudi Arabia that looks at early Islam. So, for example, there's wells in and around Mecca or the Hijaz region anyway, where inscribed, etched in stone on the side of the wells are the names of companions or the children of companions. Yeah. So they give the lineage. So they'll say such and such, son of such and such, son of such and such, significant way back. But it also shows that some of those people who were inscribing were children of the companions, and those names are also recorded in the Hadith literature. And in fact, inside the Kaaba itself, there are basically etched inside of the walls names of companions and names of the children of the companions, which was written during the time of the companions, and in fact, some even say during the time of the Prophet ﷺ himself in the inside of the Kaaba as well. So there's lots of evidence, archaeological evidence like this, that exists within Saudi Arabia today. But so it doesn't make any sense to these guys. So we have this. I think, to be honest, a lot of the sciences in terms of these like Hadith and these independent ways to verify the Hadith, I think they're relatively new in Western academia anyway. They're not really engaged in that much. And there's still this hang up of this, this sort of racist view about Muslims and Islam.
I think it's a huge shame because I feel like coming from my own perspective, because I did at one point leave, but I was once I started looking into these things, I was like, it's such a shame because many Muslims, especially amongst the youth, they have such a major inferiority complex. And I feel like if we actually knew about our history, the way our caliphates were built, the way they were operating, we wouldn't even be so enamored by these Western civilizations because they fail in comparison.
Yeah. And that goes back to the other question, which was about, why are we allowing these people to come in? What's happened to our education system? All these things. And obviously in the Muslim world now is just basically a product of post-colonialism.
Colonialism has happened. Colonialism happened.
Colonialism has done, and then now we've got neo-colonialism. So we've got this idea that they still influence our lands, even though they've, physically, quote unquote, left. And obviously, this occurred during post-Khilafah, when the Khilafah was destroyed. So we're living in that period, and so they reconstructed and restructured our education system as well as the politics and the economics, and they did that purposely in order to try to present their academia.
Muslim education system was one of the best in its time.
Yeah.
That was the basis of a Muslim identity, because we not only learned about the sciences, we learned about Islam as well, and they separated that with their secular education ideals, and then we are here now.
Yeah.
But anyways, thank you so much. Sorry for taking up so much of your time.
I appreciate it.
I am very, very grateful to you guys because you have helped people like me a lot. So thank you so much.
No problem. Jazakallah khair for
Jazakallah
coming.
khair. Hafiz.
Sorry. Okay, Abdulrahman, that's it, man. No more guests. Are you still there? But yeah, so while Abdulrahman, you there? Yeah.
I'm here. I was wondering, there was Brother Saeed. He's doing
We've
it?
had Saeed. He came and went. He had a question about the Hadith.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, alhamdulillah. But yeah, Jazakallah khair, man. And Jazakallah khair for the audience for sticking around for a good 4 hours, 15 minutes. Hopefully, people have appreciated the discussion. Some of it is open to ikhtilaf, even what we are saying here today. Yeah, so and you don't get totally enamored that there's only one particular view on one particular issue. There may be a variety of views on one issue, and some of the high level theological speculative issues that are discussed, they can have multiple views potentially. It's not necessarily the case that there is only one particular view, so long as the red lines are not crossed. Yeah, so long as some key issues are not crossed, like for example, making Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like creation, or denying the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has certain, capabilities, even if you don't like the use of the word attributes, capability to choose to create, etc. So, but yeah, so inshallah, hopefully inshallah will be more regular for our frequent streams. Abdulrahman, what we got planned? You know what we've got planned, don't you?
Let's not talk about that.
What's that?
I mean, let's not talk about that before it happens, because we keep like don't make any
Have
promises
we
yet.
not got that? We not got that person to talk about the philosophy of science.
Yes, but that's gonna be delayed. I mean, that should have been the 19th. That's with Dr. Kane Baker.
Okay, but that got delayed.
Yeah, because of there's some stuff going on my end. So this got delayed to possibly late December. But maybe one very exciting announcement we can make is that very soon we're going to have Brother Jamie Turner on regarding discussions about the Fitra and stuff like that. That's that should be a very interesting one. He was listening earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah. Inshallah, that should be very soon.
Inshallah, that'll be exciting discussion to have. Jazakallah khair. I'm gonna have to try and work out how to end this stream now.
Sorry.
But
just say one more thing, because people have, because when I said that top philosophers going to come, whatnot, other people have been wondering what it was, and I've been saying it's about causal finitism. So that's Professor Robert Koons, but unfortunately something came up on his end, so he had to take care of that, and it's been postponed. Possibly sometime in December, but we will let everybody know when that's confirmed, inshallah.
So that's Robert Koons, inshallah, who's a theist, Christian, but also he writes a lot on the issue of causal finitism. So this idea that a series of causes has to have a beginning. So yeah, inshallah, hopefully we'll have him on where we can discuss. He was like Abdulrahman said, he was meant to come in November, but something personal issue came up, he couldn't make it, so hopefully inshallah that'll be in December now. But yeah, so jazakallah khair, and watch out for Abdulrahman's it's going to be coming out soon.
Yeah.
So inshallah that should be coming soon. But yeah, so hopefully that's our stream done, and hopefully next time inshallah we'll have Brother Jake on, who couldn't make it this time, but hopefully he'll come on again. Okay guys, jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.